To trick a child. 6. You're stumbling backwards. Her face told everyone that she didn't expect this encounter and in such a surprising manner. Are you my parent's subordinate? Why haven't I seen you before? Stepping forward, Baishiachin asks with a much heavier tone that conveyed he's suspicious and on guard. Nearly losing her wits due to the panic swelling inside, Highness, the king has so many demons working under him, how can you know all of us? It's normal for you to not recognize me. That's a logical excuse, which the steam bun didn't refute with a nod. So you wanted to take my brother to eat, is that right? What kind of food did you have in mind, and where? The woman's face grew even paler than mere seconds ago over the obvious interrogation. Trying hard to suppress her inner horror, I only heard His Highness likes to eat, that's why I offered to make him a couple of dishes I learned recently. I shouldn't have gotten the idea to get close to His Highness, please forgive me. Plop. Ads taking to the knee, she began to kowtow repeatedly with her forehead making a banging sound upon impact. Looking down with narrowed eyes now, Baishiachin doesn't look moved in the slightest at the plea. If you really only wanted to get close to my brother, then why don't you follow me back to the palace? I'm sure my mother will like to meet you in person, how about it? The woman visibly froze in that moment. She couldn't even bring herself to look up anymore due to how scared she felt inside. To see the queen at the palace. I'm not going to come back out alive if I go. If that happens, Mu Shui will definitely kill my younger brother. You're still going to keep lying. Encroaching in a menacing manner now, Baishiachin tosses his smiling facade aside to take on a threatening form that dominated the close proximity. Do you know what happens to those who betray my mother? Not only do you get punished, your family and relatives will also be charged in the same way. That comment finally made the woman fluster up, which was promptly caught by the kid. This woman is from the leopard tribe, so she must be related to that Mu Shui in some way if she's trying to abduct Jin Tian. Baishiachin thought. I'll ask you one last time, where is Mu Shui? How is she able to avoid being tracked by the palace guards? Gulping in a difficult way, the maid backtracked again into a corner. Highness, I don't know what you're talking about, I've never seen Mu Shui ever since she fled. Not buying that excuse in the slightest, Baishiachin starts getting angry in his voice. It seems this conversation is going nowhere. Won't matter though, once I give you to mother and have her deal with you, then I'm sure you will spill everything. Just so you know, my mother has a lot of way to make one talk. For example, going after your loved ones is one of the ways we can go about this issue, don't you agree? The last bit of the threat was a deliberate shot at the maid's side. He's never been one to involve parties that hasn't done anything, but if these demons are going to keep aiming for his younger siblings, then all bets are off. No. The maid finally broke down, allowing the tears to flow like a waterfall. I don't know, I really don't know anything. Mu Shui kidnapped my younger brother when she left the tribe. I'm only doing this because she threatened to kill him if I don't do as she says. Come on their own, too, brother. Caught in pain due to the tension along her arm, Di Ling Yan calls out to the boy who was stuck in deep thought. Coming back to reality and letting his hand go, oh, I'm sorry Ling Yan, did I hurt you? It's my fault, let me blow it so the pain goes away. Still aching and heartache along those eyes after the childish maneuver, does it hurt still? Shaking her little head over the question, brother blew on it so it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Turning back to the woman who has now confessed, a flicker of cold frost dressed the boy's eye. What's your name? Trembling along the shoulder, I am called Red Leaf. Red Leaf. Alright Red Leaf, where is Mu Shui now? How did she get away from the soldiers at the beginning? I am sorry Your Highness, I don't have an exact answer to your questions. I only know Mu Shui escaped from the city and is currently in hiding not far from the settlement. Going silent over the lack of crucial information, Baishiachin lets the atmosphere in the restaurant grow eerily uncomfortable due to the negative emotions exuding out of his body. He's very unhappy and it showed in his aura. If Mu Shui did not go far, then that proves she didn't team up with the Celestial Palace just yet. I can't let the news of Ling Yan existing reach the ears of those bad people. Biting his lips, where is Mu Shui now? Take me to her. Bowing her head, I can't find her, she only gave me a transmission talisman to message her through it, and she told me I am to wait for her at a specified location with the princess. She will then come find me afterwards. That roused a frown along the steambun's face because he wanted to use this chance to lure the traitor out, but it seems that wench was more vigilant than he gave her credit for. Then signal her that you've caught Ling Yan. We will wait for her at the specified spot. That said, a sinister grin drew itself into the boy's face, showing he's got a plan in mind. This Mu Shui needs to be removed, otherwise she will become a scourge down the road. Yes, Your Highness. While nervous and scared inside, Red Leaf also understood this was her only chance at saving her younger brother. She's been exposed, caught, and forced into an arrangement she has no say in it. Whatever happens was going to happen and she knows it. Outside the city. Not far away lied a stretch of greenery that made up a valley. This was also where Mu Shui stood, at the peak overlooking the settlement where she's currently wanted on crimes of treason. Before the king clearly wanted to take me as a consort, damn it. If that queen didn't return and use her running away to take the king away, then I would have gotten everything that I wanted. Damn her. Damn her and her children. Inhaling deeply to quench some of that anger surging from within, ready to boil over if she doesn't, Mu Shui recalls back to the scene from that day outside the palace. She had just finished an errand for herself when the wretched girl returned to the main gates. That's where she saw her own mother's body hanging off of a rope at the entrance. Mu Shui was terrified, of course, finding the only family she considered close dead, but more of that worry was about herself and what it meant. Then came the gossiping discussions of the crowds. They were pointing and talking about the picture of the wanted criminal posted along the notice boards. It's her. They had portraits of her own face plastered along every corner, every board, and every street of the city that she's a traitor, a treasonous demon wanted dead or alive. Exactly then, while she was lost in her own thoughts about the predicament she has gotten herself in, Mu Shui suddenly felt a burning sting coming from the palm of her hand. This was the result of the transmission talisman that's currently heating up due to Red Leaf sending a message like planned. Come on their own. 3. A sense of ecstasy filled Mu Shui's heart once she became aware of what the message meant. It's so strong that even her body had started to tremble. Bitch, so what if you trick the king? You will never beat me in the end, ha 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 ha. She laughed wickedly like a witch that has lost her mind. Once I ascend into the post of being the demon queen, I will deal with you mooing and all the rest that dared to cross me. How dare you betray me and our mother? I will rip out your heart and feed it to the birds. Meanwhile, at the same time, Bai Yan was back in the palace sitting along a bed she arranged inside the garden pavilion when an urgent cry snapped the sleeping woman out of her nap. My queen, this is bad, very bad. A female figure quickly ran over. Ha! Still slightly drowsy in the face, Bai Yan turns to make a frown along the face. This individual wasn't someone she's familiar with, so the person didn't hold much of an impression. What's going on? Why are you acting so rashly while inside the palace? The maid's eyes were full of anxiousness, like something critical just happened. Just now I saw the little princess being taken away by someone. They should be at the main city gates by now. What should we do, Your Highness? Swish. Getting up in one full motion, Bai Yan's face took on a stern and serious look as she grabbed at the maid's shoulder for further detail. Ling Yan got taken away. Did you inform Di Tsang of this matter yet? I'm going to find him now. Seeing how the desperate mother's about to run to the study, the maid grew antsy and yelled out the only reaction she knew. I will go inform the king. My queen, you should hurry and go save the princess on your own. Originally Bai Yan had lost her wits due to the story revolving around her children, but that last careless remark instantly sent her into a wary alarm. Holding her steps into a slow pace, she turns around with skeptic eyes. Where's Muing? That's right, I ordered that girl to watch over my daughter at all times, never to leave Ling Yan's side. Why is it this maid that I barely have an impression coming here to tell me this? Something's not right. The maid's face grew more flustered. Mooing, she got knocked out during the scuffle, that's why I had to come in her stead. Growing even more skeptical now, Bai Yan didn't miss the flicker of panic avoidance in the maid's eye. Alright, you can go inform Ditsang, I'll go look for Xiachen first. If these people want to drive me away for some reason, then I better find out why. And it's time I did some house cleaning in the palace. I can't have these spies constantly running around trying to cause trouble. Yes, Queen. The maid bowed, not daring to make eye contact. What are you standing there for still? Hurry and go, she snapped. Under that oppressive and forceful glare, the maid didn't need any more urging. In a blink of an eye, she was gone and disappeared from view. Once that's done, Bai Yan didn't twaddle around either. Looking in the opposite direction, she headed in the direction of the main gates at incredible speed. It's just that instead of making it far, she ended up running into Mooing, who was still holding Ling Yan in her arms not far away. Greetings to your highness. The guardian maid says after placing the princess down. Mother. Running up with glee in those eyes after getting her footing, the peachy princess didn't need any goading to throw herself into Bai Yan's arm, which was warmly received in kind. Come on their own, for, Ling Yan, you're all right. Comforted by the sight, Bai Yan caresses the girl's hair and asked, where's your brothers? Biting her little finger, they followed an auntie and left. Gone. The concerned mother cocked an eyebrow and turned to the guardian maid. Explain, Mooing, what is going on? Going slightly pale at the inquiry, the maid knew she better told the truth and all the truth lest she meets the same fate as her own mother. Truth be told though, Mooing never wanted to follow through with whatever plan the older prince had in mind. It's risky in her view. Even so, she had no say or right to order someone much higher than herself in the pyramid ladder. My queen, His Highness Prince Xiachen said the Celestial Palace wants to go after the princess. In order to put a stop to that threat, he is intending to remove the threat in person. That's why he's having the second prince impersonate the princess due to their similar figure and face. Right now they should be heading to the prearranged location organized by Mu Shui. After saying that, the maid could feel a noticeable drop in temperature around herself, and the increasingly cold eyes coming her way didn't help either. Mother. It's then Ling Yan speaks up, rubbing her own dreary eyes filled tired fatigue. I am sleepy. I want nappy. It's not intentional, but the girl's crisp childish voice did ease up the demon queen's stern hard face. Here Mooing, take my daughter to her room and let her sleep. I want you by her side at all times, do you understand? I do not want a single person you do not know getting anywhere close to her, and if they do. I believe you understand what I'm saying, right? Yes, I do, Your Highness, I won't fail you. Arching her fist, the almost heroic-looking Mooing complies with distinguished determination. Seeing how Mooing was ready to take Ling Yan and leave, Bai Yan stops her again after remembering something else. Hold on, since Xiachen wants to use this chance to draw out Mu Shui, then let him, I will follow them from behind. However, I want you to dress Ling Yan up in Xiachen's clothes before you bring her inside the palace. Yes. Mooing exhales heavily, relieved that she's not being called to be reprimanded. Then at further thought, something hit her at the realization of what her instructions meant. Why is the queen having me dress the princess up as the prince? Does Mu Shui have other eyes in the palace that we're not aware of? She did not think too much of this though, the issue had gone way beyond her scope of duty. Nodding in compliance, Mooing continued to head for the palace without looking back. Not far from the city's premise, Red Leaf had just finished leading by Xiachen and Di Jin Tian to the prearranged location she had with Mu Shui. This dark damp place was a cave, a good meeting spot for some dark dealings. Brother, what are we doing here? The little glutton asks, his face puzzled and unsure of what to make of this place. Jin Tian, listen to me. From this point forward, everything that we do are for Ling Yan's sake, so you must follow my instructions, said the steam bun with a stern face. You are a man, a pillar of our family. It's your job to protect your sister and our mother, that's your duty. Glowing in the face over the responsibility, the little glutton felt proud and happy. Yes, big brother, I will protect mother and Ling Yan. I am very, very good. That's right, you are a very good boy. Now don't say anything from this point forward in case they find out you are an imposter. Of one of the main reasons Bai Xiaochen would dare to bring Jin Tian out with him for this plan was because the little glutton's a boy, while the Celestial Palace was after a girl. Even if they are discovered somehow, it's unlikely those people would try to kidnap his younger brother. Come on their own at 5, but even so, he's going to do everything in his darnest to protect his younger brother and not let him get hurt in the slightest. He demands himself of this and no less. Firming up in the face, Bai Xiaochen suddenly took notice to a strange energy signature that flickered within the vicinity of his hiding spot. The steam bun wanted to locate the source, but it came too fast and went away just as fast, causing a puzzled look along the boy's face. If I'm not wrong, that should be Mu Shue's energy signature, but where is she? Outside the cave, Mu Shue the traitorous girl was indeed hiding in a well-covered spot, her eyes grim and hard while staring into the damp cavernous cave. She wants to confirm if the child she sees are indeed the princess, which she could vaguely make out from her distance. Of course, the plan was working out perfectly since Jin Tian had his back turned to the evil witch. He and Ling Yan are twins, though different gender and slightly chubby. It won't hinder his ability to impersonate his own sister in this case since he's wearing a dress. Coupling with the fact that Mu Shue's not expecting Red Leaf to betray her, she's quickly letting her guards down and grew conceited. That bitch should be lured away from the palace by now, cackling a sinister grin at the thought. Now's my chance. Giving one final glance at the cave, Mu Shue quickly turned for the palace and disappeared from this valley. After waiting for a while, Jin Tian was beginning to grow increasingly more bored and agitated. He's squirming around looking for something to do, but he always stopped short of moving from his location upon remembering his order. Strange, Bai Xiaochen mutters this to himself, just now I clearly felt it, I'm not wrong. Why is that Mu Shue not coming? Pouting, the boy was also growing increasingly more depressed at his failing plot. Big brother, what's wrong? Toddling over after finding the oddity in his older brother's expression, Jin Tian stretched out his hands to tug at the sleeve. Shaking his head at the concern, it's nothing, I'm only worried that our plan might have been exposed somehow. I wanted to lure Mu Shue out using this occasion and perhaps remove her as well, but she's not coming at all. If we don't succeed here, then those bad people from the Celestial Palace might learn of Ling Yan's existence. By then it will be dangerous for your sister and they might steal her away. The little glutton actually looked stunned, but then that reaction didn't last long because tears swiftly came pouring out of those eyes like a waterfall. Big brother, I don't want Ling Yan to be taken away. Wah, I don't want, hic, I won't be greedy and eat so much anymore. I will train hard and grow stronger, then I will protect Ling Yan and not let those bad people hurt us. Knowing he said too much and caused his little brother to start crying, Bai Xiaochen quickly reached over with his hand to wipe those tears. Don't worry, I won't let them. They will never lay their hands on Ling Yan. Perhaps the promise was enough, or Jin Tian was just that gullible, but the little glutton did stop crying right away. I believe in Big Brother. He won't lie. Mother. Suddenly, the corner of Bai Xiaochen's eyes picked up the familiar red figure and yelled out with surprise in his voice, Mother, how did you get here? Bai Yan didn't reply right away, only scanning the cave and making sure both her sons are all right. When she did so, the woman couldn't be any more relieved. Both of them are her life, her blood. If so much as a scratch come through them, she would feel just as pained and more. You silly, how can you keep this from your own mother? If you want to catch Mu Shue, then there's plenty of ways to do it, why take such risk? Come on their own. 6. Bai Xiaochen hung his head. knowing he didn't think everything through and made a blunder. Mother, this is all my idea. It has nothing to do with Jin Tian and Ling Yan. The steambun was afraid Bai Yan would blame his younger sibling, so he immediately shouldered the responsibility. Seeing the guilty look coming out of his son's dejected face, Bai Yan couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't be too harsh on him. After all, she also failed in this regard for not protecting them better. Mu Shui tried to lead me out of the palace. I think perhaps going after Ling Yan isn't her only purpose. Puzzlement showed along that little face. Mother, what do you mean by that? Shaking her head, it's nothing, let's go back to the palace first. I can't be at ease with you and your brother staying outside like this, nor do I feel comfortable leaving Ling Yan alone in the palace. Do not leave the city again, do you understand? Her serious tone once again causes the boy to flinch, which made him look even more pathetic in the face. It couldn't be helped, Bai Xiaochen really lacked consideration in his little plan. He's lucky it turned out this way with Bai Yan locating them and not something worse. But the little glutton was too young to understand any of this. For Jin Tian, he only saw how their mother was reprimanding his older brother and wanted to help. Don't scold big brother, please. Jin Tian tugs at the woman's sleeve, his face pitiful and teary. Making a smile to comfort her younger son, don't be sad, Jin Tian, I'm only teaching your older brother, I'm not angry. I will overlook it this time, but there won't be a second time. Anyways, who allowed you two to leave the city despite my orders to not do so? Bai Xiaochen's body visibly stiffened up over that question. Mother, it's me. I threatened them to let me out, and under my bloodline pressure, they didn't dare to stop me. I snuck out like that. I see, I am at fault too then for being so careless. I thought you kids would be safe as long as you're in the city, but I'm clearly wrong in that regard. Very well, for the time period you kids are to stay in the palace and not allowed to step outside. You're grounded, both you and your younger brother. Bai Xiaochen almost wanted to cry and plead for mercy. He's going to be bored to death being stuck inside the palace grounds, there's nothing to play with. However, he also knows there's no other way to wiggle out of this situation. After all, he's been caught red-handed and failed as well in his little scheme to catch Mu Shui. The boy has no grounds to stand on. Back over in the main body of the palace, the whole residence has been plunged into chaos due to the princess's supposed disappearance. Since Di Tsang and the elders are in a private meeting, they aren't aware of what's happening and none dared to barge in on their discussion due to prior orders. Then Bai Yan, their queen, wasn't around either, leaving the servants and soldiers without a head to lead them. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean every stretch of the palace grounds were in chaos. The princess's own wing was rather calm right now. Since the day of Mu Shui's betrayal, the care of Ling Yan has fallen entirely on Mu Ying's shoulder. Aside from this guardian maid, none are allowed to step inside this area. Lord Yuanpe, should we go inform the king? After all, the princess's disappearance is a big deal. A palace guard asks their head captain with a rather anxious face. Yuanpe was in charge of security around these parts, so he's not feeling so well either. He's rigid and nervous, knowing what would happen if they don't locate the baby soon. Keep looking, and send someone out of the palace to search the city. Not only do we need to find the little princess, we also need to find the queen. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he grits his teeth and snapped out this order. Then should we go look in the princess's residential wing again? Her Highness might have returned by now. Another guard suggests, hoping that might be the case. There's no need, I just saw the little prince heading into the princess's quarter to rest. It's best not to scare His Highness with this news, it's bad enough as it is. Yuanpe mutters this to his subordinates. Come on their own, 7. The twins are often accompanying each other, so it's not out of place to find Jin Tian resting at Ling Yan's room. Coupling in with the fact that the princess had gone missing, the guard captain simply left it at that. He's not finding this strange or anything and don't want to stir up any more trouble than what's already on his table. Moreover, it was Mooing who carried the prince into the room the last he saw, a sure sign for him that it's not a fake on that side. You bunch keep looking, I'm going to report this to the king. Without another word, Yuanpa the guard captain rushes for the study where Deetsong lies. It's unsure if he's just lucky or mere coincidence, but right as he's about to barge through that door, it opened. Reflecting into his eyes were that peerless contour of a man radiating power and dominance. Taking to his knee in a panic, "Sire, it's not good, the princess and queen are both gone." This abrupt news instantly made Deetsong's complexion go dark. Flashing a flicker of panic, he hurriedly closed his eyes to sense his wife's presence. When he realizes from the contract that Bai Yen was indeed missing and not in the palace, he went white. She's gone. Why did she leave again? Who is it? Who spoke to my wife and said something stupid again? There's no reason for Bai Yen to leave the city without telling me, unless something else has happened. Yuanpa timidly continues, I do not know the exact reasoning, sire. Only that someone told us the little princess is missing and that the queen is gone. Under these circumstances. Bang! The eyes coming off of Deetsong radiated a murderous frost that was both violent and unnervingly calm, causing those around this demon king to flinch backwards. All I did was go into a meeting with the elders and you useless bunch have already managed to anger my wife and make her leave again. Find out who is it that's responsible. I won't forgive that individual. Also, where is my brother-in-law Bai Xiao? Yuanpa meekly answered, Sir Bai Xiao, he's likely still in the palace somewhere. Bai Xiao is still here. That quickly doused some of the anger in the demon king because he knows his wife wouldn't leave without her brother if she really did run away. Brother-in-law. Suddenly, a voice came from the front and catches Deetsong's attention. I heard my sister and Ling Yan is gone. Shower, your sister wouldn't have left without a reason. Something must have happened during this period that we're not aware of. Exactly then when Deetsong wanted to go investigate the matter by going in person, another series of running footsteps catches his attention. Kneeling there, the messenger sounded urgent, Sire, someone is asking for an audience. Narrowing in his eyes, who is it? It's the leopard tribe's Mu Shui. The messenger lowered his head even further until that forehead has touched the ground. She says she knows where the queen and princess is. Instantly a shockwave rocked the study room, sending all of the books flying off the shelves and into the air. Deetsong was very pissed at this moment and it showed in the power he vented in that second. Bai Xiao on the other hand wasn't aware of who this Mu Shui and became perplexed by the strong reaction. Who is this Mu Shui? Why is brother-in-law reacting so strongly? Let her in. Deetsong snaps, his face expressionless and dark. Come on their own, 8, yes, sire. The guard complies and retreated, only to return not long after with the mentioned traitor in tow. Greetings to your majesty, shy and flattering along the face, Mu Shui didn't bother to hide her fancy for the demon king that's currently further ahead. For Bai Xiao, who was standing next to his brother-in-law, the young lad didn't like this leopard girl in the slightest upon first glance. Right now, he only wants to see how Deetsong's going to deal with this person who claimed to know where his sister and niece was. It's obvious to him this Mu Shui was a bad person and meant to do something bad. You claim to know where my wife and daughter is? Deetsong asks with an indifferent voice. This was a test from the man himself. Unlike others, Ling Yan wasn't your average child. She too holds a special bond with Deetsong through Bai Yan's blood she inherited. That's why the Demon King's able to verify the girl's whereabouts without needing to check in person. Now all he wants to know was what this Mu Shui's purpose was for coming after trying to evade them for so long. Sire, originally I didn't want to bring this matter to the surface, but I just can't bear to let this continue knowing how distressed the little princess is. Raising her shy face, the wretched witch attempts to put on a tearful appearance to win some more points in the eyes of the king. The princess is so lovely, it's a real tragedy that she is born with such a horrible mother. The queen actually gave her away to someone else. Boom! In an instant, a gust of wind surges forward from Di Tsang's body, causing a rising level of murderous intent in the air. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiao also got angry and roared out his response by punching the girl's gut, which directly sent her flying back as well. I dare you to frame my sister again. A crunching sound could be heard from the lad's clenched fist. I won't let anyone frame her or talk bad about her. Oomph. Coughing a mouthful of blood after crawling back up, Mu Shui felt great in light of the injury she sustained. The very fact that the person was acting so livid brought endless joy to this twisted woman's heart. Everything I said is true, I've seen it with my own eyes. The queen is still a human, of course she would want to side with her own kind from the celestial palace. Seeing the increasingly dark expression coming out of Di Tsang's face, Mu Shui's voice also grew much more excited, so, out of concern for the princess's well-being, I followed those people. Without giving her a chance to defend for the second time, Bai Xiao throws another punch with his fist, but this time around it was aimed at the nose. He cracked it, causing a stream of blood to come flying out of those two holes. I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Sire, you need to save me from this madman. I know a way to save the princess, she pleads, finally feeling the pain reach her brain for once. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiao couldn't take it anymore and bursts out laughing in an ironic manner. Ling Yan is my sister's daughter, why would she give my niece away to someone else? Explain that. Come on their own. 9. Mu Shui bit her lips. Because those from the celestial palace promised the queen extraordinary benefits, that's why she sold the little princess out to them. If His Majesty doesn't believe me, then you can search the city. I guarantee they won't find the princess anywhere. As long as the little princess is in that place, then these people in the palace will never be able to find her. By then all I need to do is bring the girl back. My sister sold Ling Yan out. That's my sister's biological daughter, how could my sister sell her own daughter? In this world, no one knows Bai Yan better than Bai Xiao. For example, in order to give birth to Xiaochen, the woman had to endure incredible pain and suffering just to make it to the date of birth. Now to be told his sister would sell out just because of some benefits? How laughable. Di Tsang's eyes were also growing dangerous. Smiling sinisterly, oh, then are you able to find my daughter for me? Brother-in-law. Bai Xiao swings his head around, those eyes showing incredulous disbelief. Does he really believe this woman? Doesn't he know my sister's personality? Di Tsang ignored the face he was getting and continued to stare coldly at Mu Shui. As a result of this, the witch actually mistook this as a sign that she's won and revealed a look of joy along that face. Don't worry, Your Majesty. When I saw the deal between the Queen and the Celestial Palace's spies, I have already ordered my people to go follow the princess from the back. She smugly smirks at no one in particular. After all, I have long taken the princess as my own since the day you wanted to make me your consort. Even if the queen used her running away to force you to depart for a while, I would never bear to hurt the princess. Boom. But before that smug face could finish all her nonsensical rant, Di Tsang's incredible aura had already come pressing down from above. Next thing the witch knew was her own throat being choked by that powerful hand. You want to be my consort? Is that why you keep spouting those rumors? Maj Majesty. Panic showing now along the face, I only spoke the truth, you have to believe me. Di Tsang openly grunted there. Forget about whether or not this woman had a plan in mind for coming, he himself knows for certain Di Ling Yan was currently sleeping in her bedchamber. What kidnapped? Ridiculous. Boom. Slamming the lump of meat in his hand down to the ground in a bang, the outraged father didn't hold back as he dished out the appetizer for the impending punishment. You think I wouldn't know my own wife compared to someone like you? Moreover, when have I ever said I wanted a consort? Who told you such nonsense? Sneering in his tone, the man shoots down death glare after death glare. You, Mu Shui appears stunned along the face, isn't that what you were intending when you picked us out to serve the little princess? How can you determine an unborn baby's gender? Until now, Mu Shui still remained stubborn on her opinion about Di Tsang trying to take her as a consort, and that it was Bai Yan who ruined her chance by running away and forcing the king to leave. Able to read the thought coming out of this miserable being that only knows how to greed after what doesn't belong to herself, the Demon King did the only thing he felt was right, and that's to stomp down at her puny body. Instantly, Mu Shui had felt it, the cracking sound of her rib breaking, the pain so strong she promptly broke out in cold sweat. The fact that I'm choosing maids to serve my daughter should have been enough to tell I knew beforehand. Just because you fools can't tell doesn't mean I can't. Come on their own. 10. The killing intent coming out of Di Tsang has grown even more intense. Speak, are you the reason my wife left the palace again this time? I will only give you this once chance, so don't even try to lie. As long as you speak the truth, then I will let you keep your body intact. Pursing her lips into a thin white line, I did not lie. The queen really did sell the princess out. PFFF. Those last words didn't even get to finish before Di Tsang once again acted. Using his leg this time, he steps down hard at the girl's chest and makes her spray blood up into the air like a fountain from the mouth. Mu Shui's face went bleakly white as she loses all the energy from her body. She simply doesn't understand why this was happening and why the king wouldn't run off to kill the queen in a fit of rage. Everything was turning out wrong and away from her plan. Then, as if to answer her question of why, a soft melodic voice suddenly cuts in from the front. Were you talking about me? Stiffly swinging around, Mu Shui could see the one person she dreaded meeting in this moment. Even worse, there's also 2 children with her, one being 7 to 8 years old, the other still a baby wearing a dress. Just that instead of being a girl, the baby was instead a boy that still had baby fat. Gawking her mouth as the mind went white, Mu Shui couldn't begin to process this reality. What's going on? Why is the little prince wearing a dress similar to the princess's? Why is it so similar to the child's clothing back in the cave? Mother! Exactly then another childish cry breaks in. This time around, it's Muing walking inside with a baby girl in her arms. Ling Yan. Bai Xiao also appeared, stunned by this twist of event. Staring dumbfoundedly at his own niece, who toddled over to her mother. What's going on here, sister? Isn't Ling Yan supposed to be missing? And why are the twins cross-dressing? Oblivious to the stir she herself has caused, Ling Yan only wanted to snuggle her head inside Bai Yan's arms. Mother's scent is the best. I prefer mother's hug more. Ling Yan was tired earlier, so I had Muing take her to rest. As for her clothes, I had them changed as well. That said, Bai Yan then cast her eyes downward at the pale-stricken Mu Shui. I didn't think you would be so dumb to bring yourself to us when we were looking for you. I didn't think you would be so dumb to bring yourself to us when we were looking for you. This sentence wouldn't stop echoing in the witch's head, which directly causes her to tremble profusely, knowing what it meant. It's intentional. Everything is intentional. She deliberately lured me so I would fall into her net on my own. In the end, she's worried I will steal the king's favor. That's why she's doing all this. Biting her lower lip, Mu Shui finally came back to her senses. Even now, this wretched witch refuses to admit everything was her own delusion. Come on their own. 11. You betrayed me. Mu Shui lashes out after finally noticing the timid-faced maid that's been standing there further in the back. It's pointless to keep acting at this point because she knows everything has fallen apart. No wonder, now it all makes sense. She betrayed me, this red leaf betrayed me and sold me out to this woman. Ignoring the glares of immeasurable resentment coming out of her brother's kidnapper, Red Leaf comes forward on her own and bangs that head against the floorboard. Sire, I am a criminal and a sinner. Mu Shui kidnapped my younger brother and used him to threaten me, forcing me to kidnap the little princess so that she can have a chance to become your consort. I know my crime cannot be atoned with mere words, but I implore your majesty to save my little brother. He's innocent and have nothing to do with this. I only have him left in my family. The more stressed Red Leaf became, the more the tears came pouring out of those eyes. If at first she didn't know the purpose of Mu Shui wanting to kidnap the little princess, then she definitely knows now after seeing the situation. The witch didn't want to kill the baby girl at all, she wanted to use the child to frame the queen and make the king become enraged. By then Mu Shui would use this opportunity to find a place in the palace and become the next queen, or at minimal a consort. Such a ridiculous plan has no future, Red Leaf could see that. It's a path doomed to failure and only the most insane and senile would dare pursue. Move aside. Giving this order was none other than Bai Yan, who had finished cuddling her own daughter. The demon guards of course responded right away, which they did by spreading into an open line to allow the family to come forward. Do you know that Ling Yan is my daughter, the princess of the demons? Considering what you've tried to do, me ordering you to be skinned alive and beheaded wouldn't be an outstretch of my authority. The second she said that was when she strikes. Boom! Mu Shui couldn't hold back her screams then as the incredible level of pressure came crushing down from above the head. Don't think you're all that, Bai Yan. Gritting her trembling teeth, Mu Shui refuses to yield. You're nothing but a human. If not for the fact that you gave birth to 3 of the king's children, he wouldn't even bat an eyelash at you. Practically yelling now like a mad, crazy fanatic, you have a heart of poison that's polluted with jealousy. The king only wants a consort, yet you used your belly's unborn baby to threaten him by running away. He's a man, and a man deserves to have multiple wives. It's bad enough you won't find consorts for him as your duty requires, now you're interfering with his wish. By Shuchen's determination, looking at Mu Shui's madness-filled eyes, Bai Yan takes over and stops her husband's readying attack. Smirking on the face, if you have anything to say then go ahead and say it now because you won't be able to after your execution. Going crazy with bloodshot eyes, the witch refuses to submit and turns to the other demons. You all see this? She is a human, she is doomed to betray us all. In their eyes, we're no more than tools and food to be eaten and used, do not trust or follow her. She is not qualified to be the queen. The faces of the elders present didn't budge or betray any sign of hesitation, rather they're only looking at this soon-to-be-dead girl with contempt. Stamping down with her feet against Mu Shui's chest to make her shut up, you said I am not qualified to be their queen. Then who is? Breaking out into hysterical laughter, the bloodshot-eyed Mu Shui said the most obvious thing in her mind, of course I am. If I am the demon queen then I will help the king take in as many consorts as he wants. I will handle everything in the harem and keep the palace in order. And if he wishes for it, I can also produce as many children as he wants, all more outstanding than the 3 runts you created. I am the perfect queen. PFFF. In a swift flash of cold metallic glint, Mu Shui's foul tongue was sliced off, letting that filthy lump of meat fall to the ground while the girl herself squirmed in agonizing pain at the lost appendage. Yen, she's too disgusting, I really can't stand it anymore. Ditsang murmurs this from behind like an innocent man-child. He knew his wife wanted to get more info out of this filthy witch, but it's just too much for him. Ditsang couldn't handle the kind of stuff he's hearing, hence his maneuver to silence that mouth. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. As if clapped by thunder, Mu Shui's squirming body froze up like a block of ice. Her eyes only had disbelief and pain left in there, like she doesn't deserve any of this. Why? I have already expressed my feelings to the king, so why is he doing this to me? Batty father, Bai Shachen inappropriately chimes in with a displeasuring face, this woman said she will make lots of babies with you. Ditsang's face went a shade darker over the jab by his son, her breed can only produce low IQ kinds, she can never be compared with your mother. It frustrates him why everyone keeps saying he wants to take consorts. He said it many times already, there's no such thing, so why does he always end up in these situations? First elder, Ditsang hurries to express his unity, grabbed his wife into a hug, you pass on my word, in this life I will only have children with my one and only wife. If anyone dares to have ulterior motives or spread rumors again, their punishment will be the same as this mouchoir. Complying by cusping his hand, "Yes, sire, I will make sure everyone in this city and all of the demons under our influence hear about this lesson. Also, should I go gather the females?" Slightly cool still in his voice. Deetsong's face definitely looked better after that. "I've said it before, unless it's related to the celestial realm and its attack plans, everything else is to be decided by my wife. So, you should be directing that question to your queen." "It's not a bad idea, you can decide on the details first, elder." Bai Yan gives a nod after listening. Bai Shuchen's determination, too. Bai Yan's not afraid of trouble, she's had plenty of that over her lifetime. However, she now has a daughter to worry about. As a mother, she doesn't want Ling Yan to be cornered by enemies from every angle. This time she must make an example. Deetsong was of the same opinion and scanned the gathered demons. "Back then when I made the announcement, some of you were probably still in the secret domain training, so I won't punish any of you this time. But now I'm going to repeat it just once and never again." All the demons lowered their heads in compliance, their ears perked up in order to not miss a single word. Seemingly pleased by the awaiting quietness, "The palace will only have my wife the queen, she is the only female you answer to. As for my children, whether it be now or into the future, it will only be between me and her. I promised her one love for one life, there won't be exceptions to my vow to her, do you all understand? Others may not be able to be loyal to one partner, but he could. Aside from Bai Yan, Deetsong wants no one else. Furthermore, the demon realm has already been given to my wife as part of her bridal gift, the remaining half will be the celestial realm after I conquer it. Everything that once belonged to me now belongs to my wife, your queen. If there's any issue, you should first go to her for clarification. And if there's any argument between me and her, you must heed my wife's order first." Undeniably, Bai Yan felt moved by the speech. She already heard this before, but honestly, she didn't take it too seriously. Now to be brought to the front for all to hear, no woman wouldn't be moved by such a sugary sweet love proclamation. Mu Shuai on the other hand didn't fare any better than before, in fact, she's falling into despair. Deeper and deeper until her whole body squirmed together into a fetal position. One life, one love, not even father can give mother this vow, let alone be faithful and carry it out. This was it, the witch finally got it. From start to finish, she's been fooling herself. If the king really wants a consort, can the queen really stop him? Even if she used a child to threaten him, wouldn't he be able to produce more with no repercussion? And now, he's giving the entire demon realm to her as a gift. Ha! Chuckling to herself in a self-ridiculing manner, Mu Shuai closes her eyes and said nothing more. There's no point. Whatever hope she clung onto has been destroyed. All that's left was for whatever's going to happen. However, that wasn't to say others were just going to let the foolish girl go just like that. Bai Shuchen still had business that's unfinished. Where did you hide Red Leaf's brother? No reply came, only a slight whimpering. I promised her that I would get her brother out, and now you will tell me, where's her brother? If you say then I'll let you meet your end painlessly. Mother said, a man must keep to their promises, and I made a promise to Red Leaf. Then it hit the steam bun as further whimpering came. I forget that you can't open your mouth because you lost your tongue. Alright, use your finger and write the answer using your blood. Mu Shuai didn't do as the boy ordered, only turning that head around to meet Red Leaf's gaze. Suddenly, a cold chuckle comes off of this crazy witch as those eyes turn madly sharp. By Shuchen's determination, 3, since Red Leaf betrayed me and caused my plan to fail, then there's no reason to not make this woman suffer just like myself. If I go down then someone else will also go down with me. Thinking up to here, Mu Shuai didn't hesitate and moved her blood-stained fingers to write a line along the ground. I didn't take her brother, I merely killed him. She's not stupid enough to really bring a baggage around. What if that baggage exposes her presence? So, after taking the kid out of the city, she killed the boy and buried his remains across multiple locations. Looking at the line of blood letters there, Red Leaf instantly went white as the blood drained from the face. "You're lying." Throwing herself at the murderer of her only family, Red Leaf kept screaming and tugging at Mu Shue's collar. "You're lying to me. I know you hate me for betraying you, but you can't deceive me. My brother isn't dead, he can't be dead. Tell me where he is now." The murderess witch only snarled, showing off her bloody teeth in the process and conveying her contempt for the other side. "I already killed him. Only you are stupid enough to believe me about releasing him afterwards. If you hadn't betrayed me, then I would have sent you along to see your brother by now." Mu Shue writes another line with her own blood. "He is dead, and I've scattered his remains across the wilderness. You will never be able to see him again." Afterwards, she started to cackle like a crazy fanatic. Just that instead of actually laughing out, her mouth only made a weird audible gurgle due to the lack of tongue. Red Leaf wanted to pummel the truth out of this girl, but the more she punched Mu Shue, the more she knew it was hopeless. "You're lying. You're lying. You must have hidden him, that must be it. Give him back to me, give him back." Muing never showed any reaction from start to end during all this. The only exception was after Mu Shue wrote the bit about killing Red Leaf's brother. According to her own memory, that child has always been kind and smart while they lived at the tribe, a good person all around. It's no wonder Red Leaf would lose her mind like this. How can Mu Shue murder someone so young and in such a ruthless fashion? Mother, Bai Shuchen also felt the pain inside. Gently pursing his own lips, if someone kidnaps Ling Yan and Jin Tian and then killed them, I'm sure I will also lose my mind like her. That kind of loss would bring unbearable pain. No one should have to endure such misery. Understanding why her son was acting this way, Bai Yan reassures him by rubbing the little head before turning to her own brother Bai Xiao. "Yes, Shuchen, I understand her. I wouldn't want to experience what she's going through either. Thank goodness nothing happened to Xiao." Bai Xiao of course understood what his sister meant by that remark. He too wouldn't want such grievance to appear along any of his family's face either. Bai Shuchen's determination, for, after venting her anguish, Red Leaf finally collapsed to the ground, her face sobbing with pain. Initially her quiet weeping only sounded like a whimper, but soon changed to an emotional cry of wanting to change this cruel reality. It's resonating among the crowd because it's too powerful. Yen, let me handle the rest from here, I'm sure you are tired after today's event." Di Tsang suggests from one side, not wanting his family to see what's going to happen next. Then turning to the villain of this incident, the Demon King completely loses his warmth that he explicitly saved for his wife. There's only cold hard ruthlessness in those eyes when watching the bruised piece of rag that was Mu Shue right now. "Okay." Bai Yan nods after seeing there wasn't much life left in that lump of meat anyways. "You lured her here so you clean up after yourself. I'm taking the kids back to rest, they've been scared enough today." With that, the Demon Queen turns to her eldest boy who looked pathetically guilty. Originally she still had some harsh words for the steam bun after he ran away from the city and attempted that foolhardy plan, but she's his mother. As any mother, they could never be too angry at their own child. "Do you understand not to leave the city again?" she asks with a lecturing tone. Bai Shuchen immediately nods in a desperate manner like he would never make the mistake again. "Then take your brother and sister back to their rooms. Muing, you continue to watch over them, I don't want you by their sides at all times." "Yes, Your Highness." Muing respectfully complies, never once giving her younger sister a glance. She knows as well as anyone, Mu Shue's fate was her own doing and couldn't be blamed on anyone else. "Shower, come with me." Bai Yan then gives her own brother a meaningful glance. Bai Xiao didn't know exactly what the conversation was going to be about, but he could mostly guess. So, for a split second he hesitated but was inclined to follow anyways. Their family shouldn't try to keep things hidden. Sire, what about this woman then? First elder points to the weeping sister who still wouldn't stop crying. Shifting his attention to Red Leaf, Deetsong continues to show his cold gaze but without the hardness. Tell me the details. Trembling over that dominating voice, Red Leaf gradually managed to hold back her tears enough to give the full story, from how her younger brother got kidnapped, then how the steam bun caught her in the act and of the plan they used in the cave. She said it all. Likewise, Deetsong's complexion grew darker and darker as well. That rascal always did like to win. If he knew the scheme, then he should have come back to tell us instead of acting on his own. Does he really not trust me, his old man, that much? Sire, from my view this is the prince looking out for you. He doesn't want to bother you with such small things, so he did it himself. Within the higher-ups of the demon realm, no one dislikes the prince, so First Elder's first reaction was to defend the rascal kid, afraid the king would punish the boy somehow. Mu Shue's death, 1. It seems the little rascal has won everyone over while I'm not aware. I might as well make him the king that way if he's so popular, that way the throne is secured. First Elder visibly flinched as his mouth twitched at the jab. It's no secret to this old-timer that Bai Xiaoqin doesn't want to rule over the demon realm, otherwise why else would Deetsong say that? Taking a few steps back, His Highness won't let me go if he finds out I'm the cause. It's not a problem to side with Xiaoqin in front of me, but remember who is really in charge of the demon realm right now. Deetsong sourly states this, not willing to lose face despite being a wife's slave. Wiping some of the sweat off his forehead, First Elder felt troubled and caught in a bind. Of course, Your Majesty, I will only side with you in the future and not the prince. I will especially side with you when the queen gets involved. However, instead of getting happy and lighting up, Deetsong's mood only grew dimmer. It seems my words never got through to your head. Whether it is Xiaoqin or me, everyone must side with my wife when caught in an argument. If my wife says 1, then you can't say 2, do you understand? In short, he's allowed to lecture the boy if Bai Yan's not involved, otherwise they must support whatever the demon queen says if she does. Almost wanting to roll his old eyes at the contradicting order now, First Elder wanted to facepalm himself. Yes, of course, Your Majesty. Only then did the demon king remove his gaze from the troubled senior. Mu Shue, who's been lifelessly lying on the ground, didn't miss that proclamation, of course. This was equivalent to a second punch in her gut, making the girl puke blood due to the unwilling frustration she felt. Red Leaf, on the other hand, remained silent to one side. She's also feeling guilty and complex inside. If she had known Bai Yan would be this favored before the king, then the woman would have long come to report Mu Shue's crime and scheme. Now the damage has been, and she could never repair what has been done, nor could she revive her own dead brother as a result. I'm partly responsible for my little brother's death, I'm at fault too. Understanding this much, the pained older sister closed her eyes and placed all the guilt on herself. However, the cold gaze coming out of Deetsong instantly brought her back to reality and the situation she was still in. Although you were forced by Mu Shue to do what you did, it doesn't change the fact that you conspired to harm the royal family. For that, I won't forgive you. I understand, Your Majesty, I know what to do. Showing a bitter smile, Red Leaf didn't mind dying today. She's already lost the only family she had left in this world. What point was there to keep living? Alright, Deetsong then shifts his gaze over to the lump of meat nearby, but, as an act of mercy from me, I will give you one last chance to get revenge for your family. No matter what you do to this traitor of the leopard tribe, I won't intervene. An inexplicable light burst forward from Red Leaf's eye then. She couldn't stop her body from trembling because this was exactly what she wanted right now. Before she only beat Mu Shue to a pulp, not go for her life. Now she's gotten permission. The king is willing to give me this chance. Yes. I will make this vile witch pay for what she did to my brother. I will let her know what it means to suffer. Mu Shue's death, too. thank you for gracing me with this opportunity, Your Majesty. Kneeling there, Red Leaf felt genuinely thankful for this chance to exact her suffering on the one responsible. So what if the king doesn't intend to forgive me? I only wanted my brother back when I made the deal with the prince. Now that the goal is gone, this is the best I can ask for. I don't want to live anyways without my younger brother with me. 5 days, I'll give you 5 days to torture her as you please. Afterwards, you are to do the deed on your own. I won't send my subordinates to check on you. After dropping this sentence, Deetsang didn't turn back and brushed past the lady. Standing up to show a look of pure hatred, Red Leaf didn't get swayed by the implication of that sentence. Deetsang was saying she could flee afterwards if she liked, but that's a pointless gesture of mercy on his part really because she had no intention to continue living. Mu Shui, you killed my brother. Why did you kill him? A flash of panic flickered in Mu Shui's eyes. Making a whimpering sound, the witch attempts to crawl backwards as fear takes hold along that face. To be clear, this vile being wasn't afraid of dying at this point, that's the least of her concern. What she's afraid of was not being able to die for the next 5 days. She doesn't even want to begin to imagine the sort of torture that's coming. Graghai. She tries to speak out and beg for mercy, but all that came out was an indistinguishable garble of nonsense from Mu Shui's mouth. But then again, Red Leaf wouldn't have cared either way regardless of what she said. Coming closer and closer, this lady looked dreadfully dark and scary as her expression becomes twisted and evil at the thought of what she could do. It doesn't matter if you can't talk, I still have 5 days. In these 5 days, I will make sure you understand what it means to suffer a horror that's worse than death. I know you will like what I have in store for you. Somewhere else in the palace that much quieter and less rowdy. Sister, is there something else you need to say to me? Bai Xiao eventually couldn't hold back his impatience and asked. Stalling there, Bai Yan slowly turns around. Shower, do you have anything to tell me? Lowering his eyes in a contemplative manner, the boy appears hesitant. Sister, I want to protect you like back when we were in the Luhua kingdom. I want to be your shield like before. Even if I have to pay a much higher price, I don't care, I will protect her. I don't know what you've been through after we separated, but you need to understand, I'm no longer the weak and frail girl from back then. If anyone should be protecting anyone, it should be me protecting you as the older sister. Taking a step forward, Bai Yan grasps onto the young man's shoulder to reveal a firm look along the face. Sister, I will protect myself, I won't make you sad. For you, I will protect myself and not let you endure that kind of suffering like today. Bai Yan knew her persuasion likely wouldn't work knowing how stubborn this brother of hers could be. Even so, she couldn't just say nothing and not try after what she witnessed. No matter how much this lad grows, he would always be the same kind and warm person that he was back then. Bai Yan's opinion of that would never change. Mu Shui's death, 3, alright, if you don't want to stay then I won't force you. I believe you will one day be able to break free like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. Radiating a glow in those eyes, Bai Yan's tone was firm and strong. Sister, Bai Xiao brings her into a hug, letting his body to show off his emotions right now. In this life am I blessed to be your brother. That comment made the woman go stiff due to how touching it was. Do you still blame me for what I did back then? For not bringing you with me when I left alone? Showing a bittersweet face, you are my most important person in this world, how can I bear to blame you? I never blamed you, I only felt hurt inside for you. You were pregnant, alone and wandering out there by yourself. My only regret is not being able to be there with you during those difficult times. If I had been there, I can at least help protect you and look after you in some way. Pausing to reel in some of the emotions that's quickly swelling out from his eye, Sister, although we had a bad life in the Bai household, but you didn't suffer too much pain under that vile woman's hand. Sure, we couldn't eat well or dress well, but you were always able to avoid any pain. Then, as if remembering the times where it's only the two of them trying hard to make it through each day without starvation, Bai Zhao's voice suddenly firms up. After you left, I was worried sick about you. I kept wondering if you were going to freeze to death or die of hunger by yourself. I can't even fathom enduring the harshness of the wild by yourself. You were so timid and small, unable to bear any scare. I felt so useless knowing I've allowed you to be placed in that situation. That's right, one of the driving forces behind this young man's desire to grow strong was partially a sense of guilt. He's still unable to get past the fact he couldn't protect Bai Yan back then and allowed her to go through all those hardships alone. I know you want me to stay with you, but you have too many enemies. What if I become your baggage, what then? I want to stand by your side and become your shield, your protective wing, not someone that hides behind you and couldn't do anything when the danger comes. Bai Yan couldn't say she wasn't affected by what she's heard. When she moved her jaw to speak, no words came in that moment, only a momentary silence hanging in the air. But that state didn't last long once she realizes her own awkward state. Shower, this life, I owe you too much. You do not owe me anything, sister. I didn't know better back then, but after learning the details of why you ran, I knew you didn't have a choice. You were barely able to escape on your own. How could you come back to retrieve me when the situation was so critical? Bai Zhao was no fool, he's very smart and intelligent. If Bai Yan did return after escaping at first, then those people would have placed a net around the estate and recaptured his sister that night. Shower, thank you. She raises her hand and brought her younger brother into a heavy hug. Thank you for staying with me. No matter if we're poor or rich, I will never abandon you. Smiling at those words, Bai Zhao felt the same. Sister, sometimes I really wonder if I'm indebted to you in my previous life or something. That's why fate is pushing me to use this life to stay by you and always stand with you. For you, I will forsake the world. All right. I'll wait for you to come back. No matter when that is, this will always be your home. Bai Yan says, her eyes longing and hopeful. As long as the place has me, it will always be your home. In a cloud-covered valley some distance away, Chu Yifeng was standing there with a gloom across his face while confronting someone that's of similar appearance. This individual had a similar air, but was more surreal and indifferent to the things around him. That stranger was Chu God, a man that has time and time again saved Bai Yan in the past. You stay away from Yen'er and her son. The young lord of the Holy Land demands with a tone that's lacking in temperature. The man opposite of him smiled. Don't forget why you exist in this world. You're not qualified to interfere with my business. Making a crunching sound as his fist clenched into a ball, Chu Yifeng clearly appeared frustrated. Yen'er is someone I will protect with my life. I won't allow anyone to hurt her, even you. Apparently that proclamation had a stinging effect on Chu God, which made his expression grow faintly sad from the surface. If back then I was as firm as you, would she have left me? Unfortunately, he made a mistake, a huge one at that, causing him to lose the one woman he loves. I know you are aware of a lot of things already, but she doesn't remember anything still. When she does though, she will undoubtedly hate me and blame you. Chu God's expression suddenly grows heavier. Even so, are you still going to stand by her like always? You are you, I am I, don't compare me with you. Chu Yifeng's voice sounded borderline apathetic there. Perhaps only matters related to Bai Yan would be able to stir the feelings inside this man. Everything simply doesn't rouse a reaction. The young lord of the Holy Land. You should know that we are. Shut up. Not waiting for Chu God to finish his sentence, the younger one cuts him off. What you do has nothing to do with me. Yen'er is the one I've chosen to protect with my all. You and I are not the same. This person would forsake Yen'er for the world, while I will forsake the world for her. Chu God is not me, and I will never be him. Not getting angry at all, the celestial lord actually smiled there. I hope you can be like that and never change in your decision. The mistake I made can never be redeemed, so I hope you won't go down the same path I did. Chu Yifeng openly sneered at the slightest hint of that possibility. You care about too many people. The celestial palace, the world, and those that you don't even know, you forsake her for them. Know this, I won't do that, I won't go down that path so you can rest on that idea. What does the survival of this world have to do with me? As long as Yennefer can live a safe and happy life, they mean nothing. For you, I will forsake the world, too. Is this all you have to say after coming to find me? After a long silence, Chewy God once again spoke, his appearance returning to the indifferent attitude he has towards the world. I only want an answer to one question. Why did you deceive Yennefer? Why did you put Xiaochen and her in danger? You know the Sky Fox's blood can't remove that darkness in the boy. Smiling bitterly along the face now, the Celestial Lord almost appeared emotional there for a split second. I did it for her sake. That grudge inside the boy is too heavy. Sooner or later it will undoubtedly harm her, not to mention it's the only way to allow Xiaochen to grow faster. Only when the boy grows stronger will he be able to protect her safety. Boom! Chu Yifeng disappears in a flash, reappearing directly behind his counterpart in the next. However, instead of actually making contact with his attack, the surreal and indifferent Celestial Lord disappears from the spot, only to come back into existence atop of a hilly cliff not far away. You're not my match, so let's stop this. Chu Yi God says with a hint of humor. Stopping in his action, Chu Yifeng snapped back. If you really care for Yennefer, then you should be discussing things with her, not deceiving her. Do you know how much you will hurt her this way? Yennefer is good in many ways, but she's too emotional when doing things. I don't want her to experience danger, the Celestial Lord counters. He also knew lying to Bai Yen would make her hate him, but the man would rather she hate him than allow her to be in danger. So, for the one person he cares about in this whole wide world, Chu Yi God would rather she hate him if that's a must. Chu Yifeng's face grew increasingly colder after hearing that. Raising up a storm around himself in the process, not deceiving her is being respectful. It's no wonder she abandoned you in the previous life. On this point alone Di Tsang was superior to Chi Yi God. At the very least, the Demon King respects the opposite sex and listens to their demands, while this supposed savior of the celestial realm wouldn't show an ounce of respect to those he cares for. The Celestial Lord's perennially indifferent and cold face finally cracked under that insult. Showing an almost angered expression, his eyes grew hard. I don't need you telling me what I did wrong. I know I wronged her, that's why she left me, otherwise, we would have been married a long time ago. Closing his eyes, Chu Yi God's expression showed pain and regretful look. It was I who pushed her away, and it was I who nearly destroyed her. Even without that event, she still wouldn't have married you. You're not just a little bit inferior to Di Tsang, but a lot more. The implication of that was Bai Yen would never be his even without that incident. Sure enough, Chu Yi God felt like his heart's been pierced by multiple swords in that moment, causing him to bleed in pain at the soul level. He knows what Chu Yifeng said there was the truth. It's just that he's never been able to admit to that fact until now when his counterpart finally poked through the thin layer of bubble he's been hiding behind. Back then Bai Yen was always well-behaved and sensible, only before Di Tsang did she ever act out and show her true personality. For that reason alone, Chu Yi God knew the relationship between the two weren't the same as his own. It's very special, to the point where he, the ruler of the celestial realm, had to resort to trickery of a young lady for marriage. For you, I will forsake the world. 3. You don't have to continue. Somewhat pale along the face now after having all his greatest sins brought to the open, Chu Yi God reveals a saddened face. She hates me to the bone, so of course she won't accept me. However, you can't marry her either, after all, we are in essence the same person. Chu Yifeng's attitude got even colder once the topic got shifted to the one thing he hated about his own existence. I already said it, I'm not you. I will give her respect that she deserves, unlike you who only looks to her as an object to be used to your own liking. As long as she's happy, then I'm willing to accompany her as a brother for the rest of her life. can you do that? A visible tremor shook the celestial lord in that moment. Can I do that? Ha, if I could do that in the past, then she might not have left me for him. She wouldn't have been forced away by me, nor would her fate end up so miserable because of I. She's suffered so much, and now she's finally gotten happiness. I won't let anyone destroy that, not you and not those who wish her harm. If you dare hurt her and try in any manner that I can find. Growing firm across the face, the young lord of the Holy Land sounded tenaciously scary then, something he's never done in his entire life. I will suicide with you if I must. He owed her for the previous life, so he must use this one to repay that debt, even if that means the exhaustion of this one. For a while, the celestial lord actually fell into a momentary trance under Chu Yifeng's unquestionable glare. Would she have changed her mind and be with me if I was as firm as he was? You better watch yourself and not let me find you near her again. Chu Yifeng gives a final warning before turning away. To this new incarnation of the same person, the newer one found his former self absolutely repulsive. Merely being here for this long was a test of endurance already, because it reminds of him all the things that happened in the past. Not long after the young man left, another presence appears, causing the celestial lord to frown even further across the face. Lord! Calling out was Keeper Ling, who had just arrived on the scene. His old eyes were full of excitement. I finally found you. Are my orders pointless to you people? Who allowed you to move again, Yenner? Showing a frown as well now, Lord, this is not our decision, we're also without choice in this matter. The demon realm has attacked us and our people. Do you really want the entire celestial realm overturned because of one woman? Letting the frown fade away, Chu God returns to the surreal temperament that he always carried. So what? This is what the world owes her. Shocked with surprise along his old face, the grumpy-tempered keeper almost couldn't believe his own ears. Is this the same celestial lord from back then? The one from back then would never say something so damnable. For you, I will forsake the world, for, Lord, said the grumpy keeper with a hint of hesitation, there's something I need to ask of you for my coming. Speak it then, don't waste my time. Sounding impatient, Chu God unkindly orders. The matter is like this. Ruoshi's body has been injured for many years, so we've been searching for a way to help treat her. Now we've found it. Oh, that's a good thing. I have no objection, so you can go ahead with the idea. Why are you reporting this to me? Chu God speaks in a way that it's confounding to even bring up the subject with him. Keeper Ling visibly gawked, like it's ridiculous to hear that sort of reply. What's wrong with the Lord? How can he react so wantonly? Ruoshi's treatment should be the utmost importance right now, with the calamity drawing so close. Let me explain, Lord. If we want to treat Ruoshi's injury from back then, we will need your help. Keeper Ling's expression then turned a darker shade of hostility. We need the blood of a fox, a young one and a female one at that. Only the purest of the foxes can it work. If only the grumpy keeper paid a little more attention to the foe opposite to himself, then he would definitely realize the sharpening gaze around Chu God's face. You mean you want me to go to the demon realm and demand Yenner's child? Just like 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, I personally went out to capture Bai Yen and then thrust her into the depths of hell by burning her at the altar. I committed the greatest sin, a sin so great I could never hope to redeem. Now these people want me to repeat that same crime and hurt the one woman I love a second time. Ha ha ha. Unable to pick up the underlying tone there, Keeper Ling continues with respect in his voice. Yes, Lord, we are hoping you can personally go make a demand to Bai Yen and have her hand over a daughter. As long as Di Tsang and Bai Yen cooperates with our plan, we in the Celestial Palace are willing to spare the demon realm after the calamity comes to pass. In that second, Chu God actually chuckled satirically. Do you also want the demon realm to be grateful to you as well for sparing them? This time not even the dense Keeper Ling could miss the taunting attitude from the other side. Showing a puzzled look along his old face, Lord. 1,000 years ago I thought the celestial realm and its denizens are the most important to me, but I discovered that's not true. In this world, the most important thing to me is her. Only after she left me did I realize that fact. She could have been my wife, but I pushed her into the belly of despair with my own 2 hands to allow someone else to yank her back out. For that mistake, I lost her forever. Pausing to meet the old keeper's gaze, Chewy God appeared self-mocking now. I couldn't accept it back then. She was supposed to be mine, but I gave her away to someone else with my own action. Then I went after her out of my own selfish greed, pursued her and hunted her, until I pushed her to death. Finally closing his eyes, the celestial lord recalls back to the scene where he saw her die in the arms of his love rival. Only then did the pain he felt in that moment come surging forward. It's stinging like a sharp thorn that continues to constrict around his heart at all times. Her child is her life, and if I kill her child then it would be me killing her a second time. You expect me to commit that same mistake a second time, is that what you are asking of me? For the first time ever, Keeper Ling finally got a clearer look at the celestial lord and what has become of a man that once held the world in the highest regard. He's no longer the lord. This person, he's not the Chewy god from a millennium ago. But Lord, are you going to abandon the rest of the world for the sake of a single woman? How can you do that? Shaking across his shoulder due to the surging frustrated anger inside, Keeper Ling couldn't keep his calm and yelled out the question. 1,000 years ago I gave her up for the sake of the celestial realm, now I will forsake the world for her. She will never suffer at my hands again. The celestial lord states this with firmness along that faint smile. The proud little glutton, that outlandish and incredible proclamation from Chewy God absolutely horrified Keeper Ling. Every word from the mouth was like a hammer, pounding away at the old elder's heart until it became a messy mush. Celestial Lord, your words are too irresponsible. Do you think the life of all inside the celestial realm is nothing or something? Losing all the respect he had in the past, Keeper Ling yells out his words while making a crunching sound with his fist. What's more, Ruo, she waited 1,000 years for you, yet you keep hurting her heart by leaving her behind. That finally drew a frown across the celestial lord's face. One day you will understand what you are missing. Ruo, she is an amazing lady, far kinder than that ruthless Bai Yen. This world needs such a kind person, and you will one day regret your decision of not picking her over someone so vile. In fact, Keeper Ling found it absolutely abhorrent to even compare the two. One was heaven and pristine, the other vile and disgusting to the core. Keeper Ling, if you find Ruo Shi to be so amazing, then why don't you marry her? That way she will have someone. Chewy God did not argue, only giving this indifferent suggestion that left the old-timer crushed. Trembling across the shoulder like a rabid animal, what are you implying by that, celestial lord? Since you find her to be the most amazing female in this world, and that it will be my greatest regret for not choosing her, then why don't you marry her then? Though the age gap difference between you and her is a bit large, but I'm sure it won't be an issue. I believe Roshi wouldn't mind. Though the celestial lord said it with such a frank smile, his tone couldn't be mistaken. It's cold and mocking. Trembling even harder now along the shoulders, you don't forget who it was that pushed you up into that position. Just because your wings have grown harder, you're now ignoring us who supported you. Obedience and respect goes both ways. If Chewy God wouldn't help them and be useful to the celestial palace, then Keeper Ling had no reason to continue this relationship with the other man. Heck, if Yun Ruo she still had the ability to grow, this grumpy keeper would have likely turned his back on Chewy God years ago. Why would he bother with someone that's deserted them for a millennium? Huffing a faint grunt, the celestial lord said the one thing he wanted to say for a long time now. Then we are of the same mind. I regret ever taking up this position as the celestial lord. That way I wouldn't have had to shoulder such heavy responsibilities and hurt my most important person. You. Keeper Ling flew into a rage and pointed accusingly at the other man. You only lost a single woman, a vile and wretched one at that. How can you desert the rest of the world for the sake of someone so undeserving? That reprimand drew a narrowed look from Chewy God. That's right, it's a woman that caused me to lose my sanity. You'll never understand the pain I suffered because of what I did back then. As for why I left the Celestial Palace and kept a grudge against you all, do you really not know, or are you just acting ignorant, Keeper Ling? The proud little glutton, too. Chewy God slowly approached the grumpy keeper. What did you promise me first? You clearly said you will only imprison her if I help secure the safety of the celestial realm. I believed you and moved against my one and only love. But you went after her life. Does these people really not understand why I resent them? How ridiculous. They actually think I will still help them deal with Yenner. Showing an ironic smile aimed at no one but himself, Chewy God shakes his own head to remove some of the bitterness in his heart. I got the world in my mind, that's true, but I would never want her to die for that. Even if it's a life of imprisonment or a loss of memory, it's still better than what happened back then. Keeper Ling couldn't utter a word under that blaming gaze. It's true, they did lie to their liege, just that they never thought his feelings for her would go that deep, so they never thought anything of it. Celestial Lord, fumbling for a word, the old grumpy elder instinctively takes a step back at that forceful stare. I had no other choice back then. Bai Yan's existence. Her existence will endanger the entire celestial realm. Only when she's dead will I be at ease. Openly sneering at the shamelessness of this old man, Chewy God loses usual cool air and becomes more humanistic. It's pointless to keep talking. I will not help you hurt her, and if you push me, I might do something you will regret. Shock and fear gripped Keeper Ling like a haunted ghost would when strangling its victim. He couldn't accept this. It's one thing to be unable to get the Celestial Lord's help, but to be threatened with retaliation if they moved against Bai Yan was unimaginable. After a long while of this awkward silence, the old-timer knew he was finished here. Turning around, he ran for the bottom of this mountain without looking back like someone that was fleeing. Unbeknownst to the grumpy keeper though, Chewy God wasn't entirely unaffected by what he himself said there. In fact, the Celestial Lord's expression would grow heavier at each step until a bitter and helpless smile took hold. I won't make the same mistake again, I won't. It was that one wrong step that ruined my happiness. I can't let it happen again, not like that. I will forsake the world if I must, if it means you can gain happiness, Yenner. I will never make that stupid blunder, not unless my soul be thrust into the depths of hell and burned for all eternity. Slowly but surely, Chewy God's small murmuring laugh evolves into a hysterical fit that made him lose all of the surreal air that should be unique to this man. But I won't give up on you, not this time. Whatever happiness Ditsang can give you, I can too. I'm going to pursue you again, and I won't fail you, not ever again. In the end, the Celestial Lord still believes he has a chance to win over Bai Yan's heart. In light of all he's done, in light of him indirectly murdering Bai Yan, in light of him causing her child's death, he still believes he has a chance. If this wasn't selfish greed, then what was? The proud little glutton. 3. At the same time outside the demon city, a black figure had just arrived outside the main gates to the settlement when the defending soldiers noticed this unexpected guest. Hold. Identity yourself. I heard the demon city is recruiting demunkins. I'm here to join at the news. Hoarse in his voice, the black-robed stranger answers without delay. This causes a series of looks between the defenders. Even so, this wasn't nearly enough to warrant free passage into the city. Cocking up a brow warily, one of the more outspoken soldiers steps forward. Before you enter the city, we must confirm you are who you say. Stay there while we conduct the examination. Unlike other places, the demon city are indeed willing to shelter demons that are weak and helpless, but that doesn't mean they would just let in any random individual who decides to stroll onto their premise. Slightly displeased in his voice now, the black figure promptly inquires for more details. How long will the review take? You can't expect me to stand around without limit, right? That depends entirely on you. First revert back to your true form and let us have a look to confirm your background. The demon guard states, his voice getting all unfriendly due to the retort. The demand wasn't unreasonable, so the stranger didn't offer any resistance. Taking a step back, he becomes enveloped in a globe of black light before taking on a form of a huge black bird that resembled more of a dinosaur than an actual feathered bird. You are a Pteroraptor crow. The exclaiming demon soldier gawks, his eyes popping out. Of the many bird branches out there, the Pteroraptor crow family was thought to be long extinct. To be meeting one today definitely left the defenders shocked and surprised. I must report this to the king. If this guy's identity turns out fine, then it will be a huge boon to our forces. Reverting back to his human form, is there any more questions? You are indeed a demon like us and not a human imposter, the guard nods. What's your name? Winger. Winger. I need to first report your arrival to the king and then have him decide on your placement. Come back in 3 days, you will have your answer then. That said, the outspoken demon soldier arches his fist in respect, losing any of the unfriendly tone he had earlier. Thanks. Faintly nodding, Winger had no objection to this idea and turned away. Boss, do we really need to make the examination this rigorous and tedious? That person is definitely one of us, and I don't believe our kind would ever want to work with the enemies from the celestial realm. This is not my decision. I can't help it either because the king personally passed this order down. Did you forget what happened with the prince before? We allowed his highness to leave on his own and that angered his majesty a lot. If we make another mistake, then I fear our necks would be on the chopping blocks. You have no idea how much the king loves the queen and how much the queen loves the prince. The prince? Winger stops again after overhearing their conversation. The proud little glutton, for Roashi said so, if the demon realm has a little princess then she wouldn't be allowed to live, but if they only have a prince then he won't have to kill an innocent child. That's why Winger felt so relieved to hear the news that Bai Yen gave birth to a son. The demon soldiers naturally didn't know what was running through Winger's head, of course. After the stranger left, one of them hurried to the palace to make this report. But because Deetsong wasn't around at the time, the messenger could only forward the news to First Elder, who was next in charge. Unexpectedly though, Dragon Flame had been walking through this area and caught sight of the happy-looking soldier, thus allowing him to intercept the message as well. What did you say? A member of the Pteroraptor crow family. Dragon Flame asks with a hint of surprise. Lord Dragon Flame, he is indeed a Pteroraptor crow. I can recognize him through what I've seen in the ancient books. There is no mistake. A sense of joy filled the old goat's face then. Are you sure there's no mistake? Fine, take me to him now. I want to meet his boy. His family's elder and I used to have a good relationship. To think that old boy still had some descendants around, what a wonderful news. This, the guard grew hesitant in his voice. Lord Dragonflame, I'm afraid that won't be possible. That person already left because I told him to come back in 3 days. Frowning along his old face, Alright, I will wait for him at the main gates then in 3 days. If any of you see him again then you must come find me. I need to confirm his identity myself. If he really is who he claims then I must have him stay here with me. Unlike some of the inferior demon races that roam this world today, the dragons and Pteroraptor crow family are both special in a way that they are duty-bound to protect the demon king. Shame though, Dragon Flame was doomed to not meet Winger. The assassin's purpose in coming was to confirm if Bai Yen gave birth to a prince or princess. Now that he's made sure it's a boy, he had no other purpose in returning and left confidently. But that wasn't to say this matter would go unnoticed. Bai Yen did eventually learn of Winger's arrival and her initial reaction was a flash of stupor along the face. She's trying to remember something, an incident far into the past, but that flicker of memory couldn't be caught and escaped her like a fleeting image. Mother. The little glutton climbs up from the stool next to the lady and wrapped himself around her tummy to get a good hug in. You did not go with your big brother and sister to play? Bai Yan asks with a motherly smile. Hanging that little head like he's been wronged. Mother, am I not cute, or did I do something bad? Why do you ask this question? Of course my Jean Tian is lovely and good. Raising his head to meet his gaze with hers, then why do big brother always treat Ling Yan better? He carries her when she's tired, feed her when she's hungry, and gives her a kiss when she asks for one. The proud little glutton. 5. That's why Jean Tian felt so unhappy right now. He's finding it unfair Bai Xiachen would always cuddle his sister while not cuddling him too. Bai Yan breaks out into a giggle. My precious Jean Tian really have grown up, you know how to be jealous of your own sister. Xiachen doesn't dislike you, he only thinks that you should be more independent since you're a boy. He also loves you just as much as your sister. Really? The little glutton tilts his head to the side in an innocent manner. Big brother said he will teach me how to fight when I'm 3, but I want to learn now. I want to protect mother and sister. Alright, I'll speak to Xiachen about this and have him teach you earlier. Slightly humored by her boy's behavior, Ling Yan is your sister, so your responsibility is the same as your older brother, you must protect her. The little glutton nodded his head in heavy strides. Big brother said I am a man, so I will protect my sister. Any boy who wants to abduct my sister will feel the pain of me breaking their legs. In saying so, Jean Tian's expression grew incredibly proud, which in kind only causes his mother to get black lines running across her face. Who taught you that? Big brother did. He said all boys that want to get close to Ling Yan are coming with bad intention, so I must break their legs. They will swindle her away. His family's Ling Yan is so lovely, so there must be a lot of bad people who wants to kidnap her. I must be strong and powerful. Only then can I protect her from anyone who wants to take advantage. Twitching along the mouth, Bai Yan wanted to facepalm herself. What did Xiachen teach his brother? How did Jean Tian become so possessive and violent? You can't think like that, Jean Tian. Your sister Ling Yan will need to marry someday. You only need to pay closer attention when observing. Bai Yan's very much willing to care for her daughter for a lifetime, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want the girl to find happiness. What is marry? Can I eat it? The little glutton asks this with a clueless and naive face. Knowing her words are too mature for the baby, Bai Yan lifts the child up to her lap for explanation. Marriage is when a woman and man makes a vow to share their future together. Just like me and your father, your sister will one day need to find her lifelong partner and follow him. Biting his little finger, but big brother and I will love and care for her too. Why do Ling Yan have to leave and follow someone else? Mother, I don't want Ling Yan to leave us. Perhaps the thought of his twin sister leaving him had roused some unwanted emotions, but Jean Tian's eyes had started to swell red from anxiousness and made him get all teary. But right before Bai Yan could soothe her baby and explain some more, Bai Yan's attention was suddenly dragged away by the frantic-looking steambun that barged into the room. Mother, mother! Bai Xiachen cries out, his face anxious and hurried. The proud little glutton. 6. What's wrong, Xiachen? Bai Yan quickly asks after seeing how pale her boy was looking. I don't know, mother. The steambun grips his own clothes around the chest area. Just now I felt a sense of panic within my heart. I'm afraid something might have happened to those I know. Maybe Dragony. Or Little Rice or Tsingyi. Little Rice and Tsingyi should have been back by now. Did something happen while they were outside? And Dragony. Although to Bai Xiachen the girl wasn't his biological family, but the boy already felt like she's a member of his family from an emotional standpoint. Now imagining Dragony being in danger was something he couldn't even begin to fathom. Little Rice and Tsingyi should be alright, don't worry about them. If they were, I would have felt it by now. But then this idea brought on another issue, which causes Bai Yan to furrow up the brow. If those two aren't in trouble, then what about Dragony? As for Dragony, I had some of the more elite soldiers under your father to tail her. If anything happens then your father should know by now. Okay. The steambun nodded, his hand still clenching tightly due to the unease. Mother, I don't want Dragony to be in any accident. Don't worry, she'll be all right. Letting her brow loosen up to not worry her son, Bai Yan warmly brings him into a hug to reassure him. Then turning to his younger son, Jin Tian, go find your sister and play while me and your older brother find your father. Fawning with light in his eyes, the little glutton gets all innocent and lovely in the face over what he's going to say next. Can I go to the kitchen and get some food? Even though he ate not long ago, it doesn't change the fact that he's hungry again. Go ahead, but don't eat too much or you will get a tummy ache again. Alright, let's go Xiaochen. That said, the woman herself also felt a sense of unease now and hurried to bring her eldest son along for the outside. Jin Tian on the other hand wasn't as urgent to run off to play though. Rubbing the back of his head, the little glutton only appeared a little bit off. Who is Dragony? Is it someone else's sister that Big Brother wants to abduct? The more he thought, the more reasonable this little glutton found the theory to be so. I didn't think Big Brother is that kind of person. He is actually into abducting someone else's sister. What if the other family's Big Brother comes knocking at our door? They will break his leg. Due to all the misguided information by Xiaochen himself sewed into the little baby, which was akin to brainwashing, it would be quite some years before the little glutton stopped having that image of his own idol. No, I can't stand by and watch Big Brother have his leg be broken. I must advise him to turn a new leaf and not ruin someone else's family's sister. Pumping his fist up into the air like a hero, the little glutton vows to himself. The word ruin was something Bai Xiaochen himself taught the baby. To think it would be turned and used on himself one day. If the older boy learned of this then he would surely ignore the little glutton for a month at least. Bai Yan and her eldest had only finished coming out of their courtyard when the man whom they are looking for arrived on his own. Yan, this is perfect, I was going to find you but didn't know you were coming on your own. This sent the woman into an alarmed state. Tensing up in the hands, tell me the truth, did something happen to Dragony? Don't worry, I can handle it. It's like this, Ditsang's voice sounded half hesitant as well, Dragony is missing. The people I sent to protect her is also missing and I can't contact them anymore. I don't know what happened to her. Dragony's missing, one, Bai Yan's lip quivered over the terrible news. You say Dragony is missing? How did she go missing? Ditsang, tell me now, which is the place? Ditsang's complexion also grew gloomy at the pressing inquiry. I also don't know the full details. The last location I know she was in was at the Holy Dragon Mountain. Holy Dragon Mountain. Tensing up along the hand, Bai Yan grew firm and hard along the face. Ditsang, me and Xiaochen are going to that place. The peculiarity of that statement didn't escape the husband's ear. She specifically mentioned herself and the boy only, never him. Immediately, Ditsang got all possessive and wrapped his arms around her dress. I'll go with you too. You should understand by now Ditsang that we need someone here to guard against the Celestial Palace's attack. What if they invade while you are not around? Who will protect our daughter then? Stay here, that's final. But Yan, I can't be at ease if you leave on your own. Dragony isn't the only one missing, the elite guards I sent to tail her is also missing. An incident that can put them in danger can't be simple. I don't want you to face such peril. Truthfully speaking, Dragony wasn't exactly the most favorite person in Ditsang's roster of people he knew. He cares for Bai Yan, that's an absolute truth. However, a goddaughter to this demon king doesn't equate to putting his beloved wife in exceptional danger. I can't just leave Dragony's fate alone. Bai Yan reaffirms her decision, getting all huffy and emotional as well. I don't know the reasoning myself, but I've liked the girl since the first time I laid eyes on her, otherwise I wouldn't have kept her around to begin with. I know you are worried about me, but I am also worried about her. No matter the danger that's ahead of the journey, I must go. Deetsang got all silent because he knew arguing here won't win him the fight today. Using his slender finger to caress through her hair, those seductive eyes looked like they could see through the beyond by gazing into the woman's own. Fine, but you must keep Xiaochen by your side at all times. You hear me, boy? You are a man of the family. You must protect your mother while I'm not around. When speaking the word man towards his own son, Deetsang made sure to put extra emphasis on it to pass on the trust he had. Don't worry, baddie father, I am a man now, I will definitely keep mother safe from any harm. Making a faint chuckle at the good reply, Deetsang now appeared proud. That's my son, that's how a man of the D family should be. Bai Yan naturally felt relieved at the go-ahead from her own man. She was honestly starting to worry this possessive demon king would really force his way and bring all the children along. That would be far more disastrous than just going by herself or with Xiaochen along. Dragonis missing, too, also, flicking his hand open after moving closer to his wife's face. Take this, it's something I recently came across by chance. This jade necklace will help keep you safe from a fatal blow for one time. If you keep it on you, then I can be at ease. He didn't lie about this item falling into his laps a few days ago, but there's more than just one use for it. Of course, Deetsang wouldn't tell his wife what the other use was lest he wants a good beating. First Elder knew this though. He's been watching from the sideline the entire time and wanted to speak up to inform the Demon Queen, however, he ended up saying nothing after a brief thought. What's the point? This was a husband's way of protecting his own wife, he as an outsider shouldn't interfere. Bai Yan didn't resist as her man placed the jade necklace around her neck. Then, as if to reward the Demon King for his good behavior and obedience, the woman actually tiptoed her feet and kissed him along the lips. This should have been a picturesque scene that would wow the world, but not everyone was happy right now here. Bai Xiaochen was rather displeased as he puckered his little lips. Oh, what to do? I also want to give mother a kiss along the cheek. But baddie father won't let me go if I do that. I'll be back soon, Deetsang. Removing her lips from his, Bai Yan turns away for her eldest. Come Xiaochen, we're going. Together, one child and one woman, the pair left the palace without delay. Unfortunately, there are many others who doesn't want them to leave. For one, the crazy old coot was one of them. Before they could even make it out of the palace grounds, the old grandpapa had come running over while flailing his hands in the air. Precious granddaughter, where are you going? I'll come with you. Pausing in her steps, Bai Yan muses over her options before replying, Grandpapa, can you do one thing for me? Rubbing the back of his head, the old coot makes a puzzled face. I'm going out with Xiaochen, so I want you to keep an eye on my twins while we're not around. The strength of the celestial palace mustn't be underestimated. If there's only mooing around, then it's not a guarantee her children would be safe. Now that's where her grandpapa would be able to help. As for Deetsang, he has a lot of things to oversee. The person wouldn't be able to keep a tab on the children at every moment of the day. Okay, clapping his hands as he laughed aloud, little Ling Yan and Jean Tian are both so cute and good, just like you back then. However, where are you taking Xiaochen? Can't you take me as well? At the end of the day, the old coot would rather be with Bai Yan than to stay here regardless of how fond he was of the kids. Shaking her head, the woman knew she had to do some persuasion here. I can't be at ease with my daughter being left alone. Also, aside from you and Deetsang, I can't leave my children in other people's care. In other words, she only trusts her husband and this grandpapa the most and wouldn't entrust the twins to anyone else. Which was true and not a lie. Laughing with joy now at the given responsibility, precious granddaughter, you don't have to worry, I will make sure the babies are well protected. The old coot then went ahead to pat his chest in a reassuring manner, I won't let those bad people anywhere near them. Dragonis missing, 3, but, the old coot's smile disappeared again, his eyes wide with pleading, can you come back quickly? Considering how cautious his tone was, Bai Yan could already see the miserable picture the other person would make once she's gone. Closing her eyes in aching pain over what she's trying to do, she eventually came to terms and spoke up, "Grandpapa, I'll be back very soon, wait here for me, okay?" The old coot nodded heavily, "I will be good so you can't lie to me. Cross our pinkies." "Okay, pinky swear. Once I find Dragony I'll return right away." Showing a dazzling smile, Bai Yan went ahead to hook her pinky around the elders to seal the deal. "Great-grandpapa goodbye." Bai Xiaochen waves his hand in the air as he and his mother departed for good, which only made the old coot even more pitiful in the background. For a while, only the lonely figure of an old man stood at the palace doors, not moving and not going anywhere until the sun set for the night. The Holy Dragon Mountain was located very far from the Demon City, therefore it took quite some time before Bai Yan and the steam bun arrived at the base of this place. Even worse, there's someone blocking the road up ahead. "Mother." Bai Xiaochen murmurs, his hand getting uncomfortably tense as he grabbed onto his mother's sleeve. "It's this woman who tried to hurt me and Dragony before. She's the one responsible for sending us down into that underground world." Bai Yan didn't need to be reminded of this because she already knew who the other side was. Though their encounter was brief back then, it's more than enough to firmly engrave the vile deceiver into her mind. "You're really alive." A complex look comes off of Ruoshi's face. There's resentment, hatred and hostility. "You should be reunited with the Demon King now, why are you coming back again? Isn't it enough for you to have one man, why are you coming back to steal the Celestial Lord from me?" The way this vile woman said it sounded like she's very disappointed and that the other side chose the most foolish and disgusting choice possible. Bai Yan already had a negative view of this woman to begin with, but her words only made her even more irritated. Then that's when her gaze landed on the crescent moon amulet around the neck. Immediately, a series of fragmented memories came swarming back to her mind. It's a picture of two girls, two young girls to be precise. They were inside a dense jungle. One had an amulet in hand and was giving it as a gift to the other girl who was called Ruoshi. "This amulet, it looks familiar. You're called Yun Ruoshi, correct?" Showing a dominating smile, Bai Yan asks with force in her voice, "If my memories serve me right, that amulet should be mine, am I right on that as well?" One could literally see the horror coming out of the imposter's face. It couldn't be helped. For Ruoshi and all that she held right now in her life, it's all derived from this crescent moon amulet. Without it, she's nothing. She's not the supposed savior of the celestial realm. She's not the most important woman in this world, she's nothing. Dragony's missing, what are you talking about? Yun Ruoshi forces a smile to hide her inner guilt. "Oh, I forgot you don't remember because you reincarnated. How can you remember the past? I bet you mistook this amulet as yours because of the fragments in your head. I'll tell you this clearly so you can stop wondering about it. This amulet is mine to begin with, then you cheated it off my hands for a while before I eventually got it back. Is that right?" Bai Yan's smile deepens, "But it's just a trinket, why are you acting so nervous for? Can it be the amulet has some other uses you're trying to hide?" Almost like a jerk reaction, Yun Ruoshi clenches the amulet around her neck and made a vigilant look across to the other side. "This amulet is something my parents left me, of course it means a lot to me. But enough, we're not here to speak about my possessions. You've got Ditsang already, why are you coming out of the demon realm to pester the Celestial Lord?" Regarding the story of Keeper Ling being shoved away by Chu-Yi God has already been passed onto the woman's ears, so she's well aware of the situation and what happened. Haha. Would you rather lose the world than lose her? When did Bai Yan hold such an important position within his heart? How can he give up on the world for a mere single woman? "I don't know this Celestial Lord you're talking about, and my one and only husband is Ditsang. In my heart, there can only be one person." As Bai Yan presses forward, her hand had already summoned out her Godslayer for battle. Sarcastic in her tone now, you are not going out of your way to pester him, but your existence is causing him to not forget you. Isn't it enough to have the demon realm in your palm already? Why do you keep coming to the celestial realm and show up in front of him? If it wasn't for this woman's temptation and seduction of the celestial lord, would he keep her in his heart for a millennium? Stopping there on the spot, Bai Yan's cold smirk devolved into an unamused one. I said it already, I don't know who you're talking about. Me and Di Tsang's purpose is very clear, and that's to exact revenge on the celestial palace. Why should I stop for the sake of a single person I never met? That only raised the anger level in Yun Ruoshi's heart. Quit pretending like you don't know the celestial lord is Chui God. Oh right, you shouldn't know he's him unless someone told you, isn't it? Fine, 1,000 years ago it was he who personally tied you up and brought you to execution ground. It's he who caused you to lose your unborn baby. A visible stiffness gripped Bai Yan's body in that moment. There's unbridled anger surging forward, but more were that of pain and indescribably regret. What did you just say? It's Chui God who killed my son. It's he who hunted me down by sending his men. Several times she had dreamt of an unknown person, but due to the individual always having his back turned to herself, Bai Yan couldn't make out who it was. Adding in the fact that the one in the dream had black hair and a white robe, the connection never drew a spark. Dragonis missing, 5, why does it have to be him? Mother. Bai Shuchen felt the anger coming out his mother's face, so he subconsciously reached out to grasp onto her hand. Though the steam bun was still small in age, but he's nevertheless smart enough to know one of the reasons he's able to survive one of his encounters before was thanks to Chui God. Without that man, he and Bai Yan would be dead at the edge of the demon realm due to those shadow guard that day. Why should I believe you? A crunching sound comes off of Bai Yan's fist as she glared daggers at the other woman. All you have is a one-sided story, you got no evidence. Besides, you wanted to hurt my son before, that makes your story even less credible. A sneer comes off of Yun Ruoshi's tongue in return. If you don't believe me, then you can go inquire the details on your own. Most only know he's the celestial lord, but those in power all know him by his name, so some of your upper members in the demon realm should know. Bai Yan slowly closes her eyes, knowing she couldn't keep denying the other side story. It wasn't all that long ago where Chui God deceived her and nearly harmed her own son, but she still believed the man would give her a proper explanation. Yet, the person never came again. How can it be him? Why did he save Shuchen and then nearly harmed him? Which side is the real him? Did he really kill the 4 sacred beasts, the same one in my dreams? This doesn't make sense. Why is everything so hard to figure out? The more she thought, the more tied Bai Yan was feeling inside. Part of her wants to believe in Chui God as a good person, but the other part of her said otherwise based on all the things that's transpired. So, for a time the lady couldn't move, only standing there in silence for a long time. Yun Ruoshi wasn't going to stand patiently and wait, of course. Showing bitter poison along the eyes, Bai Yan, if not for you then I would have been his wife for a long time already. You clearly got Di Tsang already, why do you have to reappear again? What qualification do you have to hate the celestial palace? All you lost is a child, while I lost the happiness of a lifetime. That's right, in the mind of this vile being, a child was nothing more than a disposable object that doesn't hold a candle to her own happiness. Yun Ruoshi, what are you doing? Exactly then a cold rumbling voice cuts down from above. Going stiff due to the familiarity, the vile woman rigidly turns around and discovered that breathtaking face. However, instead of the cold and indifferent attitude like always, the person had on an outraged expression that has never been seen before. Lord. Yun Ruoshi stutters this out from the mouth, her face going pale under that menacing gaze. Let me explain, it's not like what you see. Chui God didn't pay any heed though, his entire attention only focused on Bai Yan, who sent him into a panic once their eyes met. Yener. Bai Yan laughed in that moment. Not the small chuckle or derisive kind, but the heartfelt and pained cry of someone openly hurt by one's action. Against this, the celestial lord immediately felt an ominous sensation creeping up from his feet. Chewy God, I ask you, is it because of you that my previous life ended up so miserable? My child, did he also leave me forever because of you? White tiger, azure dragon, black turtle, and vermilion bird, did they all die because of your hands? Dragonies missing, 6, pain and sadness always dampened down after some time. In this case, Bai Yan's final emotion were that of indifference because she didn't want to be hurt anymore. At this point, she only wants a clear answer. Yes. Under that indifferent gaze, Chewy God painfully nodded and confirmed the truth. He didn't want to kill her, nor did she intend to harm her companions back then. However, the fact remains that her miserable fate and death was indeed caused by him. The man couldn't deny it. Bai Yan gently closes her eyes because her heart was shaking immensely. She thought she was prepared for the final answer, but it's clear she wasn't entirely. Mother, the steambun tugs at the lady's hand with worry in his eyes. Then turning to the man with anger burning, you leave, don't you see my mother doesn't want to see you? Xiachen, a bittersweet smile comes off of the man's mouth, I really don't have any malice towards you, please believe me. Getting frustrated along his little face now, Bai Xiachen raises his voice into a yell, you hurt my mother's heart, you also killed Azure Dragon and them, how can you still say you don't hold malice against us? I know you are strong and I'm not your opponent, but one day I will grow up and when that time comes, I will make you pay for everything you owe us. These words may be coming out of that childish mouth, but the tone and force in his voice showed that he's well on his way to becoming a ruler of one realm. Chewy God tasted a bitter sadness in his mouth at that moment. He could see the hatred coming out of the kid's eye, and the resentful tone shooting his way. It's then he knew, whatever hope he had of winning back Bai Yan's heart was forever lost, he won't ever have a chance again. Xiachen is right, one day we will pay back the blood debt. Bai Yan announces, her eyes hard and hostile now. Out of consideration that you saved my son that one time, I won't settle the matter with you today. However, the next time we meet is when we will put an end to everything. How could I have forgotten? How could I have done that? Celestial Palace. Chewy God. Yunruo 11. I won't let any of you go. Wait Yenner, let me explain. Chewy God wanted to reach out with his hand due to panic. Unfortunately for him, his hand was promptly slapped away when near contact. Don't touch me. Compared to Deetsong, you are scum. You're not even comparable to a strand of his hair. A visible tremor could be seen across the man's shoulder, a readable sign he's been hurt by that insult. Bai Yan stopped for a second in her words, then snickering sarcastically, if you want me to forgive you then it's possible. I want those from the Celestial Palace to die, including this Yunruo Shi, can you kill them now? Initially the man flashed a flicker of hope in his eyes after hearing there's a chance to turn things around, but the latter part completely ripped the light out of his face like he's dead inside. Yenner, not now, but in the future. In the future I will. The only light, one, perhaps Bai Yan already knew this was the sort of answer to come of her request so her reaction was rather mild. So, she's off limits too. Narrowing her eyes in, there's self-mockery and hatred towards the other person. Yunruo she instantly flew into an antsy panic. Hurrying to stare at the Celestial Lord for help, this impostor uses her gaze to plead for mercy. I promise you, I will definitely give you a proper answer in the future. Chewy God says the same thing again. Yunruo she can't die now, nor can the Celestial Palace topple just yet, but I will definitely give her a proper answer. Chuckling in her voice now, if you want to give me an answer then kill Yunruo she now. I want her to pay for harming my child. Other than that, she has nothing else to ask for. Lord. The impostor reflexively calls out, knowing full well how much of a position Bai Yen stands within Chui God's heart. She's really afraid the man would slay her on an impulse. From beginning to end, the man never once gave Yun Ruoshi a glance. Yenner, give me some time, she and the Celestial Palace cannot die now. You have to believe me, everything I do is for you. He raises his hand again, wanting to hold on to that dress to pass on his feelings. Unfortunately for him, a small body cuts him off by slamming into him and knocking his footing back. Get out of here. Don't you to touch my mother. Bai Shuchen yells, his eyes full of disgust. Anyone who hurts his mother and break her heart are all bad people. One could literally see the air deflating out of Chui God's soul in that moment. Against the little guy's face, he couldn't help but smile bitterly because he wasn't making excuses here. In his mind, Yun Ruoshi needs to live, and the Celestial Palace also needs to exist for now. Xiachen, Bai Yen pulls the boy back behind herself, her cold eyes wary and alert. You don't have to do this, I won't hurt him. The behavior across from himself hurts the man even more. If you won't hurt him, then why did you kill my child 1,000 years ago? He couldn't even get a glance at me before he left me forever. If you really want to help me, then why did you lie to me before? I can't even keep the last wisp of his existence with me because of you. Merely recalling the fact that her child died a lonely death was a piercing pain to Bai Yan's heart. So what if the little one is not human? At least he recognizes me as his mother. Mother, Bai Shuchen felt the pain coming out of his mother's heart and attempted to soothe it. Don't be sad, I will always be with you. We will never separate. Sure enough, the grief and pain in the woman's eye gradually dissipated under her child's hopeful gaze. In front of the hostility from both mother and child, Chui God didn't know what else to say at this point. He had nothing that could defend his stance, nor find any excuses to do so. Everything was true, he single-handedly ruined the woman's previous life and murdered her child. He did it all. The only light, truly, Yun Ruoshi did in fact believe the man choking at her throat right now saved her because he liked her, not because of something like using her as a shield. You and Yenner can't be compared together. Tossing the lump of meat to the ground in a barbaric manner, Chui God continues in a cold hard fashion. Keeper Ling and the others may be blind, but I am not. You will never be able to match her goodness. You will never be able to match her goodness. This sentence was akin to 1,000 arrows, each piercing right through to Yun Ruoshi's heart and burying her in a mountain of hurt. Why? Why do you keep liking her more than me when I've waited a millennium for you? What's so worthy to make you choose her over me? She asks with a sorrowful face. Another gush of wind blasts out of the man in response, this time powerful enough to blow the woman off the feet and into the bushes, thus causing her to become a tattered mess in the process. I said you can't be compared to her, what don't you understand? An annoyance filled the person's voice. This is my warning, I will only let you go this one time. If you appear before Yenner again, then don't blame me for being cruel. I don't care if you are useful or not, I will personally put an end to you. A visible shudder rocked Yun Ruoshi's body as she struggled to climb up from the ground. She couldn't believe this. As a result of her pouring emotions, a tidal wave of tears spewed out of those eyes like a waterfall. Why can't he simply kill me instead of saying those cruel words to me? I waited so long for him, why do I deserve such a cruel fate? I thought even if you won't love, but you will one day marry me. Closing her eyes, she mutters this one sentence out. Didn't he almost marry me back then? If it wasn't for Bai Yen, perhaps we would be man and wife already. I only agreed because Keeper Ling promised me they wouldn't kill Yenner if I did so. I believed him, yet they went back on their promise and never intended to let her go. Yun Ruoshi, don't think I don't know you're one of the main reasons in pushing those old fools into treating her that way. A huge look of panic gripped the woman's face at being pointed out. No. I didn't. Lord, you must have misunderstood me. Is it Bai Yen? Did she tell you something false? How did he find out? It must be Bai Yen. Yes, it must be her. She must have said something while I wasn't around. Yenner don't know anything, so you can stop blaming her for everything. Only Keeper Ling and them would be so oblivious. After a millennium, I've seen through it all. The funny thing was he too had been blinded by lies and deceit back then, hence his foolish decision to harm his love of a lifetime. Going numb in the legs, Yun Ruoshi collapses to the ground again, her eyes exposing a look of distraught. And unlike earlier, the imposter wouldn't believe the man was doing it out of mercy or love, it's definitely something darker. So he knows everything. If he knew, then why did he leave me my life? I never liked you, never had and never will. When I first met you I already disliked you, and the only reason I remained polite was due to Yenner's connection. The only light, for, now cherish the time you have remaining, there's not much left in it. After throwing down this bone-chilling sentence, Chui God turned and flew away like a brisk wisp of wind. He's always been like this. Come and go as he pleases without leaving a trace of his existence. Half a ring later, Yun Ruoshi finally returned to her senses after being left alone. Unlike the terrified expression she had on earlier though from the conversation, her face was twisted and grotesque. Bai Yen, I want you to die. Even if I can't get the Lord, I will never give you a chance to live in this world in peace, just you wait. If she wasn't here, if she didn't existence, Chui God would have definitely loved me instead. Yes, this is all her fault, I did nothing wrong. Winger, get your ass out here, come out this instant. She roars. It didn't take long, only a second for the figure in black to appear at the front. Though the person's face was constantly covered under his cloak, it didn't take much to see his expression was cool and calm. Winger, you said before that Bai Yen gave birth to a son, did you not? Go kill the child now, I want Bai Yen to suffer the experience of losing her child. Making a shudder, the man grew hesitant and unwilling. Didn't you say you only want me to deal with her daughter? Why are you asking me this now? You damn garbage, do you not see how she's treating me? Because of her, the Lord has misunderstood me. So what if I kill her son? Winger didn't speak, only staying still and silent for the longest time before replying. Ditsang's strength is very strong, coupled with the many powerful demons under him. I can't kill the young prince while under their watch. What little prince? Who allowed you to call him the little prince? That's a bastard child. A child born of foul blood. I don't care how you do it, you must kill the boy. I saved your life, so don't you forget that. You should be grateful to me. Isn't your Pteroraptor crow kind always willing to repay their debt? Winger hung head his under that scolding voice but still managed to murmur a rebuke back. I am not a garbage. It's just that I can't use my full powers because of those enemies. They will find me if I do. What's more, I don't want to hurt a young innocent child. Roshi, I know you have a grudge against the Demon Queen, but you should be going after her and her husband, not. Upon seeing the livid face of the woman that's shooting a vicious glare his way, Winger promptly stopped and grew hesitant again. The child is only 2 years old, he doesn't know anything and haven't done anything. Please, I can't do this. The child can only blame himself for being born into that sort of family, he can't blame us. Getting bloodshot red in the eyes, Yun Ruoshi loses all her cool. I am ordering you now as your benefactor, kill him. Winger closed his eyes, feeling the throbbing pain thump away at his own consciousness. He's a proud member of the Pteroraptor crow family, a prestigious demon kind that's known to repay any debt they owe. But to do something this heinous and immoral, he's finding it difficult to accept. The only light, 5, Ruoshi, I won't do it. I can help you fight the Demon King and your enemies, but I won't help you harm an innocent child that has done nothing to deserve such a fate. This is final. From those cool eyes, a strong sense of unyielding strength comes forward. He had compromised too many times before, and for that, he regrets it. Now was the time he needs to put his foot down and makes a stance. There's more than one way to repay a debt, and it wasn't this way. Pack! The wicked impostor instantly flew into a rage and slapped the man across the face. It's loud and clear, leaving 5 red fingerprints along the skin. Garbage, you useless garbage. I wish you were dead instead of being so useless. Giving a cruel glare, Yun Ruoshi turns and left without glancing back. She's very upset and didn't care if her words hurt. Winger didn't feel angry or outraged as he watched that departing figure. To him, this was something that happens often, so he's numb to the insults already. What's more, he didn't care. For the Pteroraptor Crow clan, repaying a favor or debt doesn't mean they are forced to endure insult or humiliations. This was something he himself chose. One for the sake of being lifted from that dark place when he was young, the other being he also had a wisp of hope for the other woman to return to her old self. After a long while of not moving, Winger was finally ready to leave as well when a powerful pressure came pushing down from above. Immediately, his face got white due to recognition. How did those people find me? Bang! A ray of thunder suddenly strikes down from the sky, hitting directly onto Winger's body. He wanted to dodge this attack but failed due to how sudden it came. Next thing he knew was being flung to the ground from the impact, his mouth spewing blood as all color leaves his face. Although this thunder didn't have the same strength of a heaven's retribution, but it still left the poor man incredibly painful and injured. In his blurred state, he could vividly see the figure of the one person he wants to see most right now. Roshi. He held out his hand, seemingly wanting to grasp onto the hazy image. However, instead of lending a hand like any kind person would do, the impostor only showed a fearful picture in her existence. Then casting another glance upwards at the storm clouds rumbling above her head, this wretched woman didn't think twice and made a run for the other way. She had no qualm about fleeing and running for her life. To be fair, Yun Ruoshi never intended to come back in the first place after she left the first time around. The only reason she returned was due to the loud commotion. Now that she's sure danger was around, the woman had no reason to stick around and get involved. Winger's consciousness slowly faded away as the strength left him, thus allowing his hand to fall to the ground after reaching out. Gradually, in his half-unconscious state, memories of old came echoing back. Big brother Winger, you have to believe me, I will come and take you out of this place. I am not strong enough now, but I can help heal some of your injuries. Pain go away, shoo shoo. But what if you don't come? If I grow strong enough, then I will definitely come save you. But if you escape before I do, then you can come find me instead. I live at the Celestial Palace. Okay, if you don't come, then I will go out and find you. Slowly but surely, that warm gentle voice which brought light into his life was fading away. He couldn't figure out why, but it's not the same anymore. Winger's Dilemma 1. Just before Winger's mind completely slipped away, his ear somehow manages to vaguely make out 2 voices near himself. He wants to open his eyes to see who they were, but the tiredness he had was stronger and that stopped him from doing so. Tsing Yi, who is he? Based on his appearance, it looks like he's been hit by lightning or something. What did he do to be struck by something like that? A snowy white tiger marched in front of the unconscious man, his mighty eyes staring down at the stranger on the ground. He's a demon like us, but his scent and aura are not familiar to me. I can't tell which tribe or clan he's from. Speaking afterwards was a woman in green, her face heroic and beautiful at the same time. Then what should we do with him? The tiger asks again with a childish voice. First, take him back to the city with us. If he's a demon, then we shouldn't leave him alone to die like this. As to his identity, we can confirm with the others when he's better. What's more, a seriously injured demon wouldn't pose a threat to them and their friends anyway. Rather than being heartless and cold, the dragoness would rather be kind to help her own soul. Okay, I'll carry him on my back then. Using his mouth, the white tiger flung the poor guy into the air and onto his back like a baggage. A brutish method but an effective one nonetheless. Tsing-Yi didn't have any objections to this maneuver and followed her companion from behind. Together, they bolted for the demon city without looking back. Unbeknownst to the pair though, they were being watched from the rear the entire time by the very girl who fled earlier. Azure Dragon and White Tiger. They're here too. I can't let the demon realm's power continue to grow, otherwise the problem will be out of control. Yun Ruo, she hasn't forgotten the appalling power the 4 demon generals possessed back in their prime. If they are to return, then it would spell trouble not only for the Celestial Palace, but herself as well, because she had a major hand in their demise. If everything comes out, the first person those 4 would murder would be her. But concern was one thing: this wretched woman wasn't so ignorant to not realize what's the most urgent matter at hand. She must hurry back and make sure the keepers never meet Bai Yen again, otherwise the other person might bring up the topic of the moon amulet in her possession. If it becomes known she's not the real owner and Bai Yen was, she would be nothing. She wouldn't be able to live the life of luxury she has now, nor would she have a loyal dog like Winger who came on his own. Heck, she wouldn't even be able to protect herself without others to shelter her. Inside a bed chamber, Winger had Jay struggles to open his eyes as a mountainous level of fatigue gripped his body. Despite this discomfort, the injured guy still felt abnormally at ease here. Winger's dilemma, too: are you awake? A calm and old voice echoes in Winger's ear, causing his body to go stiff. If you're awake, then that's good. I've already examined your body and you're indeed a member of the Pteroraptor crow family. I and your father Skywing are old friends. To think the old lad would manage to leave behind a seedling. Shooting his eyes open now at the mention of his family, the injured guy wanted to get up to get more information but fell back down as he did so. You know my father. Dragon Flame calmly nodded. You shouldn't be born yet when I was locked up, so it's normal for you to not know me. According to our connection, you should call me uncle. Does your father mention me often? Winger bitterly shook his head over the reminder. Painful memories. I don't remember a lot of things because I've been locked up in a dark place for many years. It wasn't until a couple 100 years ago did I manage to escape and come into the world. Where is this place? Did you save me? No, it wasn't me who saved you. It was Tsing-Yi and Little Rice who happened to find you in a forest. They brought you back after noticing your injuries. You're now inside the palace of the Demon City. Demon City's palace. Going rigid over this news, Winger's face hung low as a bittersweet flavor filled his tongue. I'm inside the city's palace. Why did it have to be the Demon Queen's people who saved me? Now what am I supposed to do? My clan rule requires me to repay a debt I owe to another, but they are the ones Ruo she wants to kill. How am I supposed to fit both sides? What's wrong? The old goat asks with a frown, not understanding why the perplexed and troubled expression of the young man. Shaking his head after realizing he's revealed too much, I'm all right. Do you have an alchemist here? How come my body feel like it's not hurting anymore? Oh, our queen is an alchemist, and it's the little princess who gave you a Dan pill. Boom. Instantly, Winger's mind went blank as it exploded. There are countless voices echoing in his mind right now, each vying to persuade him on a certain course of action. The princess. You said there's a princess in the demon realm. But the queen is supposed to have given birth to 2 boys, isn't that what the rumors say? Now this time it was the old goat to make a strange look. You right on the queen having 2 sons, but the second birth came as a twin, 1 girl and 1 boy. A buzzing sound rocked the poor man's brain after getting the confirmation. Closing his eyes, even his lips were quivering from shock. Why is this happening? Why is there a princess? Do I really have to commit to such a vicious act in the end? But I can't do it. I can't murder an innocent child. Originally Dragonflame didn't have any doubts regarding Winger's motive or origin, but after this display of ups and downs in behavior, the old goat couldn't help but add an extra sense of alarm towards this new guy. It looks like I need to have half Ching Sing, Snake Woman, tail this guy in secret. Although me and his father are good friends, but I don't know too much about him as a person. I can't risk this because of my own ties. Though he thought that, the old goat still wanted to believe he's only overthinking this matter. Otherwise, he might just have to end his old friend's only son. That would be a regret he himself would be pained in. Winger's Dilemma 3. Due to how troubled Winger was inside, the man did not notice the odd look coming his way. Then just as he's about to speak again, a soft crisp voice cuts in from the doorway. "Grandpa Dragonflame, is the uncle awake?" This voice may be childish in nature, but it's more than enough to make the bedridden patient tremble. Looking over, he could see it was a baby girl that's probing her head through the entrance and looking at him in the eye. "Princess, walk slowly, don't fall." Mooing speaks out after seeing the baby toddling forward in a quick manner. She's afraid the girl might trip over due to this and get hurt. However, it's also due to her careless remark that confirmed Di Ling Yan's identity to the assassin. So she's the princess of the demon realm. How could this be? Such a cute and adorable baby, it would require a truly beautiful woman to produce such a child. For a while, Winger's curiosity to learn of Bai Yen as a person grew, making him show a side that he never thought to be within himself. "Uncle, Tsing Yi said you were hurt, so I gave you my mother's medicinal pills. Does it still hurt?" With big innocent eyes, Di Ling Yan asks after coming over to the bedside. "Does it still hurt?" Once again, memories of old came swimming back to him, causing Winger's heart to ache tremendously with turmoil. How long has it been since I received such warmth? That's right. That time in the darkness with her. Ever since she left that time, I never felt it again. Grandpa Dragonflame, is something still wrong with this uncle? Di Ling Yan tilts her little head. "Mother gave me a lot of Dan pills. Here uncle, you can have them because I can't finish it all." The old goat smiled with content at the baby's good sense. "Of course you can, but if you give him everything then what will you eat, princess?" Biting her thumb in a troubled fashion, "That's right. They taste really good and I can eat a lot every day, but…" "Grandpa Dragonflame, I'm sure mother will want me to do this. Me not having any will only mean I can't eat some snacks for a while uncle here is injured and needs them more." For nearly 2 years this baby girl has been protected very well, so her heart remains pure and beautiful, thus winning most of the demons here in this city. This includes the old goat, who showed a pleased smile. "I really hope I'm overthinking this, otherwise I can't imagine how hurt the princess will be if my speculations are true." "Winger, do you remember the rules of your family clan?" Dragonflame's expression suddenly got stern and hard. "The Pteroraptor clan is known to repay any debt they owe. Your life was saved because of the princess's graciousness by giving you all these Dan pills to consume. Without her, you would be at the death's gate by now thanks to the injury you sustained." The patient visibly stiffened over the news. Closing his eyes in pain, "Rest assured Uncle Dragonflame, I know what I have to do." Winger's Dilemma 4. Such a beautiful girl, how can I hurt her? "I really can't do this, I'm sorry Ruo Shi. Mooing, you take care of the princess while I go finish some business outside. If anything happens, call me immediately." Dragonflame leaves after giving this instruction. Though the old goat still felt uncomfortable trusting Winger completely at this stage, but he believes the guy wouldn't try anything while in the palace. It's far too secure and hard to escape if he does. Once they were alone, Winger's gaze promptly turned to the baby girl, his eyes warm. "Princess, your mother the queen. What kind of person is she?" He's been told for a very long time that the woman Ruo she hated was a vile being for ages. Now's his chance to find out the details for himself. Showing a proud face upon having her mother mentioned, Di Ling Yan happily obliged the request by propping her chin very high. My mother is the best person in the world. She's beautiful and kind, and I want to be exactly like her when I grow up. Maybe not exactly since she's so excellent, but I will be the second closest to mother. Speaking of the last bit in her sentence, the baby girl has gotten the brow furrowed up due to her own words. Princess, mooing smiles warmly and interrupts, it is getting late. If we don't hurry to dinner then all those delicious foods will end up in the prince's tummy. Ah. Ling Yan immediately jumped, her face urgent. I need to hurry, otherwise Jean Tian will devour everything again and I won't get any. Without delay, she led the way on her own for the exit. This was exactly what the maid wanted to happen. She may not have any hostility towards this stranger, but she's not foolish enough to think he's a person that she shouldn't be wary of. In any case, the maid doesn't want the princess to stick around for too long lest he does something unexpected. The negative opinion towards Winger right now was honestly unwarranted. His entire focus has been shifted to the past, to be exact, the time where Yun Ruo she explained her reasoning for changing so much thanks to the Demon Queen. You are right, when I saved you I did it out of good intentions. Who doesn't want to be kind and good to others? But what did I get in return? I was so kind to her, yet she stole my fiancé. If you hadn't been so late in coming, would I have experienced all those hardships? I wouldn't, that's what. You don't know what she did to me. She ordered all beasts to hunt me down, and my strength stagnated as a result of the injury I sustained. Bai Yan could clearly get me to become that old coot's disciples as well back then, all she had to do was speak up. But guess what, she didn't and left me in the dark. Furthermore, it was she who abandoned the Celestial Lord and hooked up with Demon King Di Tsang on her own. Even when she didn't want it, she won't let me have my own happiness. That woman's heart has always been poisonous. At least I was good-hearted and saved you. If it was her who encountered you back then, you would be dead now. I really pity Di Tsang. A woman like her can't possibly educate a child to be good. Eventually she and her breed will be a scourge to both realms. By then everyone will be plagued by their evil. I'd rather die, yet what he's hearing was a huge difference compared to what Ruo she claimed to be. For a while, the poor injured guy doesn't know what to believe anymore as he closes his eyes over this dilemma. Holy Dragon Mountain. It's reported that thousands of years ago, this holy landscape of the past housed some of the most sacred of relics to the dragon race. But due to various reasons and the war between demons and celestials 1,000 years ago, none of its original residences remain to this date. Now the only ones to ever come here were treasure hunters and those who wished to strike it rich. However, of course, many dangers lurk here from ages past. Traps, poisonous insects and creatures of unknown origin, these were merely some of the known hurdles lurking from within. As a result, not many ever dares venture into the mountainscape for not many ever returns alive. Yet today was not the case. There are many crowding around, some extremely powerful individuals capable of controlling a region under their fists. Senior Yu, is that dragon girl really in this place? Yes, the senior faintly nods his head in confirmation. That dragon girl stole the treasure off my hands and hid herself inside. Even if this place is dangerous and big, I will certainly find her. Don't forget what you promised us then, Senior Yu. If we help you locate that dragon girl, you must give each of us a level 13 Dan pill. The one speaking was a middle-aged man who licked his lip greedily after speaking. Within this celestial realm, there are not many people who could produce level 13 alchemic products like this old man. Since Senior Yu was a disciple of a certain elder within the celestial palace, he would certainly have said products like he claims. Sneering in contempt at the other side's greed, when have I ever gone back on my promise? That dragon girl stole something I need to treat my granddaughter, nothing but an abhorrent lizard that knows no shame. I will pay any price to find that monster. After Senior Yu threw his vow down, the rest immediately began to act as arranged due to the reassurance. There's a lot of traps ahead of their path, so it's a very slow process to dismantle the dangers. Meanwhile, at the same time, a little girl was currently curled up inside a cave not too far away, her body cold and shivering due to the frost coming off the body. It's cold, it's cold. Dragony's eyelash trembled profusely due to the bone-chilling frost attacking her internals. She wanted to sleep direly right now, but at the thought of Bai Yen and Bai Shuchen's face again, she stubbornly bit her lip and forced her consciousness awake. I must not sleep here, otherwise I will never be able to see Mother and Gidge, Big Brother, again. Mother, Gidge, I miss you so much. Oh whoa, I really miss you. Bringing up the picture of Bai Yan's dazzling smile and kind hugs, Dragony could no longer hold back her loneliness and let the tears come forward. She knows that if Bai Yan was here, then there would be a way to dispel this cold. But now, she could only rely on their own perseverance to survive. Exactly then, a series of footsteps bursts over from the cave mouth, causing the poor girl's face to stiffen up. They are strangers to Dragony, she doesn't know them. However, once she got a better look at a certain old senior among their ranks, her eyes dimmed with lost hope. These people, they have finally come. Little girl, we finally found you. You stole Senior Yu's stuff, so hurry and hand it over. We can spare you your life if you do so. Due to Dragony's ever-growing beauty as she matures, the young man who spoke here had on a perverted grin that showed exactly what he's thinking and intends to do afterwards. I'd rather die, too, Dragony snorted, based on what? That's my stuff, and I found it first, so why should I have it over? When speaking, her teeth was clearly clattering due to the frost, so it's obvious her condition wasn't well. Even so, there were no tears coming out of those eyes anymore, only the stubborn look of someone not willing to submit. Senior Yu said it's his, then it's his. Little girl, you better be smart and hand it over. Afterwards you will come back with me to ask for his mercy. Perhaps then he will spare your life if you are good. From within, Dragony's big eyes flickered a glimmer of danger because she would rather die than be subjected to humiliation. Heck, if her body wasn't reacting to the frost hindering her powers, she would have gone all in before to fight that Senior Yu instead of running at first. But things don't always go as planned or the way they want. Knowing this was her best chance while they're preoccupied with speaking, Dragony attacks the youngest man nearby to take the initiative. One punch to the chest and a kick to the groin. Next thing everyone knew were the howling cry of a man having his manhood destroyed. This was the opening she wanted. Using the brief second of delay, she lunges for the mouth of the cave to run again. Unfortunately, her plan was foolhardy in this case. Outside had been surrounded by people already, and they're ready with their weapons drawn. Girl, I like to see where you are running this time. Speaking with Senior Yu, who had drawn his blade at this point. Clenching her fist, even if I don't run, you still won't get my stuff. Going sharp and dangerous in the face, the old-timer grew enraged after recognizing the frost coming out of his target. You ate the ice fruit. What of it? Dragony sneered with contempt at the shameless old fart. The ice fruit is something I found first. If you had spoken to me kindly, then I might have offered you it, but you didn't. You mocked me and my mother, so why should I give you it? Besides, it's not like she wanted to eat it right away. Rather, the darn thing flew into her mouth without a second to react, so this outcome wasn't by choice either. Outrageous. Senior Yu snaps back. I am a disciple of the head alchemist inside the Celestial Palace, and this world belongs to the Celestial Palace. So what if you found it first? By right I have a claim over all that is here. You eating it without permission is an ill-mannered and shameless act in of itself. Dragony frustratingly clenches up her fist even more and causes a crunching sound to come off. Damn it, if this ice fruit isn't stopping me from using my full powers, then I wouldn't be forced to be so passive. Now all those demons Mother sent to protect me is dead. Who are you calling shameless and ill-mannered, you old fart? Going red in the eye, she glares directly at the old man like she wants to hear it a second time. Smirking with a mocking voice, Senior Yu happily obliges the request since he's on top right now. Didn't your parents teach you something like selfless dedication? The ice fruit is a medicine I need in order to save my granddaughter. No matter, all I need to do now is rip out your beast core and that will do just fine in saving my granddaughter. I'd rather die. 3. Although this method is a little troublesome, but in order to save my granddaughter, everything is worth it. Dragony finally exploded at this moment under the reinforcement of the stormy sky. Her little body kept emitting a hair-raising chill like it would encase the entire world in a layer of ice. Those closest to the dragon girl sensed the appalling force and hurried back, but it was too late for these unfortunate souls. Before they knew it, the ice had reached up from their ankle and all the way to their chest, thus sealing their fate to the afterlife. Senior Yu didn't fare so well either. Though he managed to escape in time and live, but the chill still left his body stiff as a rock. Fortunately, he's a powerful alchemist. Activating that internal energy from within and eating a pill meant to remove the cold, he was able to ease some of the discomfort and avoid being stuck there. Is this the power of the ice fruit? Such a shame that something so nice fell into this girl's hand. If used on my good granddaughter, it can not only cure her physique, it will also increase her strength several times over. Showing a somewhat regretful face, the old shameless bastard knew that even if he removed Dragony's core and used it, the effects wouldn't be as good as the original. This dragon girl, she really spoiled a good thing. PFFFF. Suddenly, a squirt of blood comes flying out of Dragony's mouth as herself staggered a few steps back and nearly falling to the ground. However, the persistent will of the lass stood strong and she remained standing in the end. I am mother's daughter, so I can't shame her. Even if I die, I will die standing. Lassie, you haven't completely absorbed the ice fruit yet, so you're only stalling the inevitable. Senior Yu then showed a satirical smirk, but the end is now and you're in my grasp. After getting that signal, the surviving humans all began to move forward. This time maybe I really won't make it. At least I didn't bring shame to Mother in the end. Dragony thought, her eyes closing in acceptance. Senior Yu, this dragon girl's strength is not bad. After you take her beast core, can you leave the rest for us? This way we can at least get a piece of the pie. Those who remains asked, their eyes heated and greedy. Nodding, of course, I'm a gracious person. Aside from the core, the rest of her corpse is free to take for all of you. This is on top of the Dan pill I promised. Ha, generous as ever, Senior Yu. If it was anyone else, then they might not be so kind and give us a dragon's carcass. That right, Senior Yu, we will definitely remember your generosity. Please don't forget to call us again in the future if you ever need our help. Dragons are treasures. Even if it's just a drop of blood, it's still enough to help the average person to increase their physique. Besides, Senior Yu didn't do much at all during this venture, it's these people who did most of the laboring. Using this to help gain a favor from so many would undoubtedly benefit him in the long run. I'd rather die, for, step aside everyone, this dragon girl may be hurt right now but her strength is still formidable. I will kill her myself and retrieve the beast core. Without exception, the rest gladly took a step back to allow the old-timer to do the deed. They've done enough as it was and wouldn't hurt to have someone else do some laboring in this case. However, Dragony wasn't the type to go down without a fight. Suddenly showing a stubborn smile along her lovely face, the girl's behavior left the other side wondering on why she's able to laugh in this situation. Are you from the Celestial Palace? She asks. Senior Yu chuckled, yes, my Shifu is the lead alchemist in the Celestial Palace. Is that so? Smiling even deeper at the confirmation, Dragony did not show any sort of anger from earlier. If you are, then that makes you Mother's enemy. So, I won't let you have your way. Feeling an ominous sensation creeping up his back, Senior Yu instinctively pointed his finger out. Sure enough, the girl's complexion quickly took on a paler tone as traces of blood flowed out of her lips. This deathly appearance could only mean one thing, and it's damning. You self-destructed your own core. The old shameless bastard exclaims, his eyes burning with rage and disbelief. No. How can you do this? Stop right this instant. The ice fruit takes a millennium to mature. After all these years, this is the only one I found. What is my granddaughter supposed to do if she destroys her own core? Damn this dragon girl. Ah! She's dead anyways, why can't she just help save someone else instead of destroying my last hope? Pity for the old-timer, he's a step too late at this point in doing anything. Once Dragony fell backwards and spewed up a mouthful of blood, the act was done. He stunned with his hand reaching out, those eyes dull and lifeless until they evolved into a look of pure rage. You actually did it. Why can't you just save someone if you're going to die anyways? You selfish and damnable being. Even if you die you will go to hell for this, never to be reborn again. Painfully cusping his own head, the old bastard behaved like the world's collapsing before his very eyes. How can this world have such a selfish person? First it was stealing my ice fruit, then it's destroying their own core, so I can't take it. Why are all demons such ruthless and damnable creatures? They all deserve to die. Dragony naturally noticed the bastard's expression and smiled in response. It's not mocking, nor ridiculing, but a very innocent and resolved one that left her eyes a blurry mess due to the tears coming out. But that was until the corner of her view noticed a panic-stricken face coming from afar. Mother, I'm sorry, I couldn't get stronger, I couldn't protect you. If there is an afterlife, I want to be your biological daughter, that way I can grow up by your side from childhood. But now, I can't accompany you anymore. Gradually closing her eyes as the heaviness took her, Dragony's breathing began to weaken and the life fading from the skin. Her appearance has grown incredibly transparent under the sun's light, making the girl look like she's about to disappear at any time. I'd rather die. 5. Dragony. A heart-wrenching cry echoes across the sky and causes all to look her way. The voice was filled with emotions, but more were that of pain and distress. Dragony felt a tensing ache as well after hearing the familiar note. Why now? Why did it have to be at such a time? Even if I die, I didn't want her to see me in such a sorry state. The newly arrived figure didn't take any time to lung down to the ground and sweep the dying girl off the ground. There's sadness and anger in those eyes, which swiftly manifested into a powerful burst of energy flowing out from the body and onto the ground. Bai Shuchen was also here, but instead of his usual mischievous self, he merely stood behind his mother with eyes staring intently at the withered girl's face. There's no life, just like a tree that's about to fall and die. Dragony shouldn't be like this. She is always active and happy. How did things turn out like this? Did you kill my daughter? Bai Yan's cold hard gaze swept across the line of scums until it landed on the single elder responsible for this all. Immediately, the clouds boomed and a series of thundering rocked the sky. In light of the strong entrance, Senior, you didn't back down in the least. He's the disciple of the head alchemist within the Celestial Palace, a person with incredible backing and a representative of his Shifu. Regardless of the foe, he must keep face. What does it have to do with me when it's your daughter who's seeking death? The old-timer grits his teeth with burning anger in the voice, but seeing how you're indiscriminately blaming others without proper evidence, then it's no wonder she's so selfish. That brat would rather destroy her own beast core than to save my only granddaughter. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve to live in this world. As if provoked by that statement, Bai Yan suddenly started to laugh wildly, causing a ringing effect across this mountain. You're trying to take my daughter's core, that's equivalent to taking her life. I do not understand what it means to be selfless for others, but I do know that if someone shows me respect then I will do the same. As for those who doesn't, Bai Yan will always return that favor 100-fold. growing colder in her voice as the anger grew in kind. Since you forced my daughter to die, then I will let you all pay back this blood debt with your own blood. Don't think about running away, none of you will live. Swish! In that very instant, a gush of flame rose from the ground and began to devour everything within her vicinity, leaving only a small circle free of destruction. Ah! Of the ones that managed to survive Dragonie's initial burst of ice blast, many were very vigilant to begin with due to what occurred to some of them, but this time it's beyond their means to dodge or avoid. Next thing that happened were a series of ear-piercing cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Save me, Senior You. Please save me, I don't want to die. Of the closest to the elder, the poor man that's been devoured in flame reached out with a hand for aid. Unfortunately, before those fingers could even make contact or do anything else, the flesh had already incinerated into nothingness, leaving only a pile of ash in its wake. Do you think you're all that by murdering these innocent people? Your daughter isn't even killed by them, what right do you have in taking their life? Bai Yan ignored the questioning, only raising her hand to materialize a sword into existence. Bloodstain the Dragon Mountain, one, boom. Slashing down with enough power to create a sonic boom, Bai Yan's attack left the elder pale white as he rapidly dodged backwards in order to save himself. However, due to the suddenness of it all, Senior Yu was now disheveled and messy looking after regaining his footing. Who the hell are you? The elder asks with narrowed eyes. Bai Yan still didn't answer the question, she only wants to kill them all because they're the reason her daughter was dying. Then without any signal, she charges into the trapped crowd at lightning speed. Wherever her blade swung was when a human fell. Ruthless and without mercy, she's truly a death god right now as her godslayer reaped the life out of these people. Those who caused my daughter's death all deserve to die. I don't care if these people are accomplices or not, the very fact they're here is enough. They will pay for what they did. Now it's finally dawned on the old bastard that he's made a terrible mistake. Up until they point Senior Yu still believed Bai Yan to be not a huge threat and that he could overcome her with everyone present, but his underestimating would be his own undoing as he kept retreating and retreating against that endless assault. What should we do now, Senior Yu? A young-looking man asks with pale complexion after losing an arm. This individual also noticed the huge gap in power and sought help. How am I supposed to know? This woman is simply crazy in the head. It's not like we killed her daughter or anything. That's right, in the old bastard's head he's not responsible for Dragonie's current state. Rather, it's the girl herself who self-destructed, so the blame doesn't lie with them. Bai Yan has no qualification or right to attack them at all. But Senior Yu, a lot of the men we brought along are now dead because of her. Gritting his teeth, the young anxious man forces out the one thought he had. Why don't you go apologize? Although that dragon girl wasn't personally slain by your hands, it's still partly your fault that she committed suicide. Just admit to the crime, Senior Yu, then all of us can escape after we quell that woman's anger. This was an act of desperation to even suggest such a thing for the individual. He wants to flee like everyone else here, but Bai Yan had already sealed their escape route by placing a sea of flame in a circling formation, making it impossible to run without suffering incredible damage or even their life. Getting sharp in his old eyes, have me apologize. Are you listening to yourself? Which fault did I do? How can you be so cowardly? The young man's expression promptly got ugly after hearing that rebuke, and with good reason. They only came to search for someone at the offer of a reward, not to put their lives on the line and die. The other side was clearly provoked by Senior Yu himself, so the men gathered didn't want to pay the price for the mistake of someone else. Now that's where you're wrong, Senior Yu. Yes, we accepted your deal of helping you, but the deal only involved us searching out the dragon girl. Why should we risk our lives when we never offered it? How about this, you go and prove to that woman that the rest of us are innocent. The old-timer sneered, you think it's going to be that easy? You've all accepted my deal, so I expect you to carry out your work without hassle. Don't think there's no risk after taking advantage of my offer. If I can't escape from this today, then none of you will. Bloodstained the Dragon Mountain, too, even though there were countless mourning cries along this mountain right now, the old bastard's remark still caught their ears and struck a nail into their already anxious hearts. They've always thought of Senior You as someone kind and righteous, a person deserving of respect. But here. What respect? He's downright selfish to demand them to die for him. Unfortunately for these poor souls, Bai Yen wasn't going to stand idly by while they quibble and slew another dozen or so of them before they could react. But one person was still one person. In light of this, many of them still remained. The only one who really wants the dragon girl to die is you, Senior You. As long as you confess to the crime and put in a few words for us, then she will certainly spare the rest of us. Why won't you save us when you're going to die anyways? The last bit of that sentence was exactly the same as the one Senior You used against Dragony earlier, and now it's their turn to use against the old-timer. What irony! After suffering another attack along the chest and coughing up a mouthful of blood at the hands of Bai Yan's swing, Senior You gets cruel in his voice. You all took advantage of me when the benefits are there, and now you're demanding I sacrifice myself when things turn bad? I admit this woman is stronger than me and that I can't resist her, but I won't go down alone. If I die, then I'll drag you all down with me, ha ha ha. Yes, why should he die for the sake of others? That just doesn't make sense for Senior You, who still felt he's being wronged here. Of course, the attitude he's showing enraged the young man that had already lost an arm due to his inaction. Then what is all that from earlier? You reprimanded the dragon girl when she refused to give you her beast core, and now you're doing the same. Why do we have to die for you when you refuse to be selfless and sacrifice yourself for your own mistake? We've truly been blinded by you. I thought you were a true man, a genuine person of character, but you're no better than a shameless bastard that hides behind lies and deceit. If I had known you were this kind of person, then forget about a level 13 Dan pill, I wouldn't come even if you gave me a bottle. Unfortunately for the young man who's lost an arm, there's no such thing as turning back time in this world after making a terrible mistake. Under the dreaded grayness of the dark sky hanging above this holy dragon mountain, blood stains the ground and creates a scene of carnage in its wake. Even so, this could never elevate the pain suffered by the mother who's lost a daughter today. Oomph! Senior Yu's expression turns mad crazy, revealing a wild laugh as he yelled out his last will. I am the head alchemist's disciple, killing me won't save you, woman. After the Celestial Palace gets wind of what happened here today, you and your family will all die, ha ha ha. Bloodstained the Dragon Mountain, 3. Senior Yu closes those eyes slightly and held a snickering sneer along his face. He's aware the end for him has come, and the only baggage he has left to worry about would be his one and only granddaughter. Bai Yen continued to act like she's deaf to the threat. Swinging her blade, she slashes down to give a lethal blow to the old-timer across the chest, thus sealing his fate. From start to end, she's never let Dragony down from her arms like a sleeping princess. One being she couldn't bear to let the girl go. The second was that satisfied smile there. It's killing Bai Yen knowing her daughter was smiling because she came but was too late to save her. Mother, Dragony won't die, right? She won't die. Bai Shuchen crouches down on the ground, his eyes tearing up as he muttered this out. Mother, you must have a way to save her. As much as the woman wanted to say yes, she couldn't, she just couldn't. Hanging her head down in a displaced and guilty fashion, if I had come a little earlier than I might have, this is my fault for not coming faster. It's not like Bai Yen wasn't trying to come up with a method, but the core of a demon was equivalent to their life. By self-destructing it was the same as committing suicide, and that's exactly what Dragony did there to herself. Knowing that fact, the hurting mother did something she's never done before, and as it so happens, that action was caught by the steam bun who looked up after noticing the behavior. Mother is crying. Those bastards not only killed Dragony, they also made Mother cry. Promptly, A surge of monstrous killing intent pours out from the young boy's body, his face hard and serious like never before seen. Ha! Senior Yu saw the results of his deed and coughed up a weak laugh but sarcastic laugh. Even if you kill me, your daughter won't be coming back to life. Such a selfish person, she deserves such a ending. Boom! Unable to hold back her rage, Bai Yan suddenly turns to the dying elder and swung her Godslayer again. This time instead of across the chest, it's to dismember his arm entirely from the main body. A fountain of blood spewed out as a result. What? You want to kill me because you're angry? Then go ahead, kill me. No matter what, my Shifu will definitely come avenge me, haha. Truth was this mocking attitude was a deliberate attempt by the dying man to get his end faster. He's afraid the woman across from himself would try something else like torture. By then dying would be an act of mercy. Unfortunately, Senior Yu thought too lowly of Bai Yan still. From start to finish, this demon queen has never intended to let the old-timer off easy. She may have sealed the man's physical body's fate, but that doesn't mean she would let his soul off the hook. What did my daughter do to deserve this fate? She's always been well-behaved and sensible, never going out of her way to cause trouble. Smiling with a bone-numbing chill, Bai Yan's face would bring shudder to anyone who meets it. She may be a demon, but a life is a life. What right do you have to take someone else's life? Swish! Without hesitation, Bai Yan throws a stabbing motion out with her blade, piercing right through Senior Yu's chest and out his back. You forced my daughter to her death. For that, I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Her voice resonated with power at this moment, like a vow to heaven's rule. The method to save her, 1, looks like this woman is just all talk with that foul mouth of hers. In the end she still stabbed me with her sword. Now I can move on and not suffer so much. However, Senior Yu soon realizes his momentary relief was short-lived after jinxing it. Next thing he knew was the woman reaching up to his forehead with a hand and made a gripping motion. Before he could tell what's happening, a difficult and indescribable pain shocked his soul like it's being ripped from his body. When he finally returned to his senses after a long while of being in a dazed state, what welcomed his eyes were the body of himself. To be exact, the dead version of himself with rolled eyes sprawled along the floor. As for the current him, he's merely floating there in the air like a transparent ghost. You, what did you do to me? Pop! Unable to say more, a flame suddenly took to life underneath himself and engulfing his ghost soul in the process. Senior Yu thought he experienced pain before already, but this torturous sensation was beyond anything he could ever imagine. There's no way to describe it, simply soul-reaching and causing his mind to go insane. I said it, you hurt my daughter, so I'll make your fate worse than death. Holding the cold body of the girl in her arms even tighter than before, Bai Yan's pained face told everyone she didn't feel any better after doing the deed. Not in the slightest. Why did it have to be like this? Avenging Dragony won't bring her back. Why did I have to be late? Crouching to the ground at the thought of her own failure, the crying mother wanted to use her own body's warmth to change reality. But try as she might, it's futile, causing the scene to appear even more lonely and sad. Exactly then, a grieving voice abruptly cuts through this silence, followed shortly by the clear sound of another belonging to a young man's. Molly, Piggy, why are you running so fast? Where are you going? Wait for. Yet the person couldn't finish his sentence because he could see the familiar figure crouching on the ground and silently weeping. What's going on? Why do I feel so hurt when seeing this picture, and so familiar as well? It's like I know someone similar and ached for them too. Ah! I can't remember. Flying over with great speed by flapping his little wings, Molly the piggy practically threw himself in front of the girls with a tearful face. He howled out in pain and retaliation at the heavens for taking Dragony's life. Dragony, woohoo, reaching out with his pig trotters to poke at the dead girl's face in hopes of getting a reaction. The poor thing kept shaking his head in denial after getting none. Queen Mother, what happened to Dragony? Yes, she dead. Covering her own eyes, Bai Yan didn't want others to see her crying face, nor did she ask why Emily Shang the young man and his companion the winged piggy was here. She simply wasn't in the mood for that. The method to save her, too, Yen. Emily Shang found his heart pumping with heartache after finding the woman's tearful face. Did I come too late? If me and Molly, Piggy, had come earlier, then perhaps we could have helped. That way Yen wouldn't be so sad. It's not your fault, Shan. Bai Yan shook her head before gradually coming back up. It's my fault for not protecting Dragony properly. It's because of me. 1,000 years ago many of her closest family and friends left her, and 1,000 years later the same tragedy ensues. The cause of all this? The Celestial Palace. Showing an angry face of vicious nature, the woman vows to herself, I will make them all pay, make them pay for all they've done to me. The winged piggy continued to sob though. Queen Mother, please save Dragony, woohoo, please save her. I'm sorry, but not even I can repair a destroyed core. I don't know how. For the first time in her life, Bai Yan felt useless and weak because she couldn't save her own daughter. No. Queen Mother, I know a way to save Dragony, you can save her. Molly the piggy suddenly stops crying and pleads with a serious face. He had always heard a voice in his head telling him to do various things. For example, protecting Dragony was among one of them. Bai Yan's hand openly shuddered at the notion. Hurrying to grab the piggy with her free hand, the woman's eye was flaring with hope. Is it true? What you say is true. I can save Dragony. Tell me now, how do I save her? As long as she's able to save Dragony, then she would do anything and try anything. Dragony seems to have ate something called the ice fruit. Molly the little piggy appears bewildered in the face for some reason. You absorbed the essence blood of your husband the Demon King and integrated it with your own. That means your blood carries a certain level of his power. By infusing your blood with the ice fruit inside her body, it can then restore Dragony's demon core. Mother. Bai Shuchen cries out after hearing there's hope. Does that mean my blood will work too? He wants to save Dragony as much as anyone else, so he's more than willing to use his own blood. Furthermore, the steam bun doesn't want his mother to shed her blood specifically. Shaking his piggy head, I don't know, but I have a voice in my head telling me it must be Queen Mother's blood. Your voice. Bai Yan locked onto that key piece of detail and frowned. Nodding his piggy head, back when I first saw Dragony, the voice in my head told me I must exhaust my life to protect her. Afterwards it disappeared, only coming back out again at this moment. What? So you weren't joking around with me when you first said there's a voice? Emily Shang the young lad exclaims, his face full of shock. A while back his companion the winged piggy already mentioned this key fact with him, but the young man only took it as a joke and left it at that. To think it's real. The method to save her. 3. I'm not lying, I'm really not lying. Molly the winged piggy gets all anxious in the face after noticing the doubt coming his eye. Tearing up like a child, Queen Mother, you have to save her, only you can save her. Bai Yan did not respond right away, only slowly crouching down with the girl in her arm while caressing Dragony's increasingly deathly face. There's true warmth in her face as she muttered what's in her heart. Dragony, from the time I decided to take you, and I have always thought of you as my daughter. No matter what happens or the price, I will bring you back. Even if that means going to hell and dragging your soul back into this world, nothing will stop me. Bai Shuchen's little heart openly shuddered at the idea of going to hell. Tugging at the woman's sleeve, Mother, Shuchen, you don't want to save Dragony? Bai Yan stares at her son, that voice gentle but winded due to the emotions coming forward. Shaking his head, Dragony is my family, so of course I want to save her, but I want to try first. If my blood is useless then we can try yours, mother. If it works then mother won't have to get hurt. Xiachen, I'm sorry but if Molly insists on it being me then there must be a reason. Why waste your blood? Giving her boy a ruffle along the head, listen to me, I must save her. As distressed as he was, the steambun knew his argument was lost in this case. Biting those lips, he frustratingly lets go of Bai Yan's sleeve and accept the situation. If only I can be a little stronger, then I can protect Mother and Dragony instead of letting them get hurt. Bai Yan saw the feeling of her boy and the guilt he felt. Normally she would console him and say it's okay, but those words are pointless now and she knew it. Without another word, the woman pulls out a blade and draws a small line across the finger, thus allowing the golden fluid to trickle down to her daughter's cheek. Perhaps this was too much for Bai Yan because her complexion instantly went white. In the end the woman had to lean in against her son for support, otherwise she might have fell backwards over then. Unfortunately, the one drop wasn't nearly enough and forced the woman to press out a second one. Finally, exuding a dreadfully vast amount of frost from the body, Dragony's soul stirred but not in a good way. What's going on here? Bai Yan collapsed after nearly losing consciousness. It took her a good moment to regain her composure, but when she did the following scene sent her into a panicking state due to it not working as she thought. Molly cries out as well, I don't know, the voice in my head tells me this is what we need to save her. Queen Mother, did we hurt Dragony, woo-woo? The method to save her, for, Dragony, don't be afraid, Mother is here by your side. Bai Yan murmurs this after forcing herself to calm down. She was afraid and panicked there for a second, but she also believes Molly wouldn't lie so it's going to be alright. Mother, Bai Xiachen's eyes lit up then after noticing something crucial, Dragony is breathing again. It's at this moment a faint movement could be seen from the girl's chest, indicating she's alive again. Though weak and small, life has returned. Nearly having her heart jump out from excitement, Bai Yan hugs the girl in her arms even harder, hoping the physical contact would accelerate the recovery. Dragony, Mother will never let you go again, nor will I let anyone hurt you again. Such pain, she couldn't bear it a second time, not ever. As if to answer the good news, the dark clouds that has covered the area above their heads also dispersed, revealing the bright blueness and the warm sun in the sky. Wanting to join in on the embrace, the steambun also crouched down to hug the girls. Mother, I promise I will get stronger and protect Dragony, I won't let anyone hurt at all. Even though the boy remains young in his age, but the face was firm and strong. Moved by the picture, Emily Shang, teen, who's been watching from one side couldn't turn away. Showing a bittersweet smile, Molly, you stay with them from now on, Master. The winged piggy turns around with shock in his eye, is what you're saying true? I can really stay. Grabbing his chest like he's hurt, the young man appeared sad along the face. Why are you agreeing so quickly when I said you can stay? Your behavior, do you know how much it hurts me? We've been living together for so long, you rascal. But you're not comfortable leaving Queen Mother alone, nor do I feel comfortable either, so why should I feel guilty about staying? You agree, right? Molly replies with innocence in his voice like he's not doing anything wrong. Which, in kind, was akin to a stab in the heart for the other side. Emily Shang's clearly not used to his partner acting so cruelly. For example, every time in the past when he said he would lose Molly after getting in an argument, the piggy would always cling onto his leg and sob all day long. Now look what's happening. The little fellow was willing to ditch him so fast. Fine, Molly, you can stay, but you must protect Dragony at all cost. If I find out Yen Yen is sad again with you here, I will break your leg as punishment, you understand? Emily Shang threatens after pulling a long face. The piggy promptly shrank his neck back after hearing this. In comparison to his current master, the poor fella obviously felt it's better to stick with the ladies since he never got scolded like this. Furthermore, Bai Yan would also give him snacks when she's feeling sweet, a polar opposite to Emily Shang's attitude. The only issue was, at the thought of Dragony's distaste for pigs, Molly would get very tired in the heart. Oh, how am I supposed to win her over? Xiachen, Bai Yen slowly gets up. Dragony will be alright now, so let's head back to the city. Your father is going to be worried, plus we need to send more demons here to search for the missing guards. Okay. Bai Xiachen cleverly reached out to hold the woman's hand, but his eyes never left the little girl's frail body. But mother, won't Dragony be cold like this? Do you want me to help warm her up a little? The method to save her. 5. The ice fruit is automatically helping repair her core. We can no longer do anything else at this point aside from wait. She will wake up on her own once the time comes. It could be months or even years before that happens, but one thing was for certain, Bai Yen won't give up on this daughter of hers. Regardless of Dragony returning to her old self or becoming a cripple, this mother only has one wish, and that was her girl being alright and able to live her life. Celestial Palace. Not far away in a certain manner, a certain sick-looking lady was currently covering her own mouth with a handkerchief when she noticed the blotch of red stain from the deed. It pained the lady, which instantly roused a comment from the nearby maid. Miss, should we inform the house chief? No, the lady by the name of Yu Shishir shakes her head. Grandfather has gone out to find medicine for me already. I will recover once I take it, so let's not worry others. But why hasn't grandfather returned yet after so long? For some strange reason, she's got this uncomfortable sensation something was off and it frightened her. This won't do. I have to go to the Celestial Palace and ask Healer Yu to help me find grandfather. That said, the young lady promptly pulls herself up from the ground. From a technical standpoint, the person called Healer Yu should be addressed as Grandshifu Yu by the girl here, since the person was her grandfather's Shifu. However, there's also another layer to their relationship, since she's also the old man's disciple, thus complicating the relationship. But miss, your body, the maid sounded even more worried now. Smiling to not alarm her servants, I'm all right, you don't have to worry too much about me. If you're still worried, then you can accompany me, this way you can help if anything does happen. After throwing this down, the young lady didn't leave room for discussion and stepped forward for the exit. Over in the main palace wing, the material and decorations here were magnificent to say the least. Even so, it could never mask the foulness of two females fighting over a man. Right as Yu Shishir arrived at the entrance, she was welcomed by an unwelcomed individual who happened to be leaving at the same time as her. Yu Shishir, what are you doing here? It can't be. Are you here to look for the Lord? Yun Roashi snickers a chuckle, her tone mocking and disgusting as ever while she spoke to the sickly lady. If so, then I can tell you now the Celestial Lord is not around. Too bad your trip is in vain. Furthermore, I am his fiancée. If anyone should entertain the Lord, it should be me. Fiancé, this word was equal to a sharp thorn poking at Yu Shishir's already frail heart. Smiling coldly to retort, the sickly lady doesn't back down. Ha, as far as I know, the Celestial Lord never married you, nor recognize your status. Yu Shishir. Darkening in the face at having her sore spot poked at, Yun Roashi wanted to slap the other side but kept it inside due to the other side's background. And how would you know? Back then you weren't even born yet. Whether he is my husband or not, it has nothing to do with you. Unlike someone who only knows how to fantasize about the Lord, I at least met him in person, while you only know how to stare at a portrait. The Lord doesn't even know who you are. The jab instantly made Yu Shishir draw her hands into a ball due to the frustration she felt. It's true, she never met Chui God in person, only crushing on the man because she happened to come across a portrait by chance. Nevertheless, she still fell madly in love with him in light of this thin frail connection. The method to save her. 6. You insolent. The maid from the Yu family saw how her lady was being bullied and snapped out. My family's miss is Healer Yu's disciple, so you better show some respect. Not to mention Milady's is young and beautiful, unlike you who is a 1,000-year-old witch. Yun Roashi appeared livid across the face. She's lived for 1,000 years, that's true, but she's kept up her appearance very well and hasn't aged in the slightest on the surface. For that she was very proud. To be mocked like this still hurts though. Forget it, Lu Yen, Yu Shusher stops her maid by raising a hand. We need to go find my grandchifu first, leave her alone. Yu Shusher. Getting even more outraged at being ignored, Yun Ruoshi deliberately lowers her voice into a whisper so others wouldn't catch it. You came here for your grandfather? Ha! As far as I'm aware, your grandfather went out to search for an ice fruit to help cure your body. The fact that he hasn't returned yet doesn't bode well. From my view, he's likely dead at this point. Going icy in the face as well, Yu Shusher snaps out as an instinctive reaction. You shut up. Shut up. Why should I shut up? Ticking her lips upward in a sarcastic manner, the old witch gets all cocky and conceited. Your body is a sickly mess. If not for you, your grandfather wouldn't have had to go out to begin with. Why don't you just go off yourself so your loved ones don't have to suffer? Maybe then their lives will be better off. At this moment Yun Ruo she only wanted to win a tongue fight, to think her words would actually come true in this case. With her trembling finger pointing at the other girl, Yu Shusher wanted to say something in retort, but all that would come out was a stammering of nothingness. Eventually, a squirt of blood flew out of the sickly lady's mouth and caused her to fall backwards over. Miss! The maid rushes over to catch the falling woman. In kind, Yun Ruoshi also stood there dumbfoundedly. She didn't expect such a strong reaction, especially the blood-vomiting part. Without another thought, this old witch immediately tried to make herself scarce and hightail it out of there. Unfortunately for her though, the maid over there caught this. You bitch, you dare bully my lady. Don't you dare leave. The irate maid made a lunge in order to stop her. Originally Yun Ruo she wanted to dodge this maneuver, but her eyes have always been a sharp one. Right as she was about to do so, her view caught a glimpse of a certain elder coming out of the celestial palace. Like always, the devious and scheming side came out and she took the blow head-on, thus allowing herself to be thrown to the ground and making herself to look like the victim. You sure, I know you love the Lord, but I only said those things to you because I didn't want you to wait in vain and be hurt in the future. I didn't expect you to be so emotional. Showing red in the eye like she's about to cry, the old witch puts on an indignant and aggrieved face. So, I am willing to bear anything your maid wished to instill upon me. After all, if it wasn't for me trying to do good, you wouldn't have collapsed and vomited blood either. Head alchemist of the celestial palace. 1. Before Yu Shusher could pull herself together and get back up, she was promptly alerted to a loud and infuriated voice from the rear. Outrageous! Yu Shusher, how dare you order your maid to attack Ruoshi? She only had good intentions in mind. Why are you so narrow-sighted? Do you think healer you can protect you forever? Coming forward was none other than Keeper Ling, the grumpy old elder who hated Bai Yen the most. This Yu Shusher is getting over her own head. Who does she think she is? The Lord would never take her considering her status. And because of her own small heart, she's blaming Roshi for her own sickness. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I didn't. Yu Shusher falls into a panic at the outcry. Biting her lip like she's aggrieved. It's her. Roshi said my grandfather died and won't ever come back. It's not related to the Lord. Why are you framing me like this, Sister Shusher? The old witch makes her eyes all red like they're red to cry. I can never say something cruel like that. Keeper Ling, you have to believe me, I would never say something bad about the Celestial Palace. Senior Yu is a respected man, I would never. The sickly lady openly gawked her mouth there. She wants to dispute this some more and expose the lying witch, but this level of shamelessness simply left her stunned and lost for words. As a result, the old grumpy keeper took this as a sign of guilt and firmly believed the false story. Noticing the spiraling situation as well, Yu Shusher began to stammer and loses her stance. I really didn't. Slowly closing her eyes, the lady knew she's stuck now. Whatever she says, it would only trap her some more. Miss. The maid flew into a rage after seeing how her lady was being wronged. You shameless woman. You clearly framed my lady, how dare you frame her, you. Bang! Exactly then, to silence the loud mouth, Keeper Ling attacked by waving his hand and sending out a shockwave. In an instant, the loyal servant who only wanted to help flew up into the air and slammed into the ground again, causing her to vomit blood like she's severely injured. Quick, go find Healer you, only he can save the miss. Another maid who has kept quiet until now cried out to her peers, who promptly rushed into the palace for help. Lu Yen. Yu Sure cries out, her eyes burning with frustration and anger at having her friend hurt. Keeper Ling, my grandshifu is the head alchemist of the Celestial Palace. Even if he hasn't appeared in public for many years, it doesn't mean he would stand idly by after this. I want to remind you who it is that provides the damn pills for this place. Don't you think what you did there will make his heart go cold? Sure enough, Keeper Ling went quiet for a while. He knew the underlying threat behind the woman's word and in fact already held back when attacking. Otherwise, considering his grumpy temper, he would have killed the maid already. Also, you should know the old saying of one should know who the master is before hitting a dog. You injured my maid, where does that put me here today? That finally drew a reaction from the grumpy keeper. Huffing a grunt, nothing but a maid. There are no shortages of maids in the Celestial Palace. If you want, I can send you a dozen or so, but your maid insulted Ruoshi, that demands punishment. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace, too, you sure was weak to begin with. Now under the stress of the other side's accusing glare, her trembling face only got worse as she got in front of her maid as a shield. I won't let you hurt my maid, and she's not wrong. Although this lady of the Yu house was the granddaughter of Senior Yu, her personality was nothing alike to the selfish old man. Of the biggest difference here, she's willing to stand up to those in power if she believes the right was on her side despite everything, which was exactly what's happening here. You sure, you dare get in my way when I haven't even punished you yet. Don't forget, your Yu house is only a subordinate faction under the Celestial Palace. What makes you think you can defy me? Gradually darkening across the face, Keeper Ling bluntly states this without a hint of mercy. In light of the threat, the lady did not move though. She may be weak, sickly, and powerless, but that won't hinder her stubborn nature. Sure enough, a sarcastic smirk forms along the lady's lip. No wonder the Lord never returned to the palace for so many tears, he's likely chilled to the heart by this group of people. Such a place where everyone blindly believes in this Ruoshi's words, what meaning is there to stay here? I'm willing to be punished, but you need to let go of my maid. You sure bit her lip but kept her firm expression of unyielding nature. Alright, in that case, you'll take 3 of my strikes. If you can withstand it then I'll let your maid off the hook. Keeper Ling says, his eyes flashing a cold menacing light. Of course, because of how sick and frail the other girl was, the old grumpy man would never use his full force and control it in kind. Nevertheless, it still doesn't mean he wouldn't make it hurt to show a point of who's in charge. He's not afraid of Healer Yu coming out to demand explanation, but he won't allow any loss to come to the Celestial Palace. As an alchemist capable of creating a level 14 grade Dan pill, even he as the strongest keeper around must think twice of crossing the other elder's path. Yu sure didn't struggle over the demand. Closing her eyes, she confronts the bastard with her pale face, causing the injured maid in the rear to grow increasingly urgent. The poor maid wanted to cry out several times there, but she didn't have the energy and fell over multiple times in the end as she struggled to get up. However, fate wasn't going to let Yu sure meet her end so quickly today. Right as Keeper Ling's palm strike was about to make contact, a loud thundering voice booms over and sent the whole place into a shock. Keeper Ling, what are you doing? The ground rumbles over that echoing voice. Next thing everyone knew was an old elder running a white alchemic robe descending in front of the girls and meeting the attack head-on with his own fist. Sparks flew from the impact, almost like metal scraping against metal. What am I doing? Stumbling backwards from the unexpected exchange, it was Keeper Ling who lost the struggle first. Getting dark in the face at the new arrival, why don't you ask your precious disciple over there? Originally Healer you still had on an irate face against the grumpy keeper, but that instantly changed once this head alchemist turned around to meet the sickly lady. Sure, tell Grandshifu here what happened. I will help you get justice if you suffered any indignation. Because of the urgency of the matter, those maids from before didn't have time to explain the whole story, only saying Sure was in danger and that he needed to hurry outside. Even so, this head alchemist of the Celestial Palace didn't question the urgency. He knows this girl's personality better than anyone else. Unlike his disciple was who's selfish and likes to pick on the weak, this girl was kind, patient, and gentle, only ever retaliating when pushed into a corner. Grandshifu, trembling along the eyelashes like she's about to cry, just now Ruoshi said my grandfather is dead, is that true? Did something happen befall him? Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace, 3, Healer you became stunned there for a moment. Earlier his heart also felt uneasy for some unknown reasons, now it made sense after having the idea brought up. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of that disciple of his, it's still his. How could he tolerate someone offing his student? Furthermore, there's still the question of why Yun Roshi knew about the matter ahead of everyone else. Matching all these points together, it leaves to beckon on whether or not it's the woman herself who sent the ones responsible for the matter. Healer you, I never said anything of that sort, getting all teary red in the eyes, the old witch plays the innocent card. I only kindly mentioned the Lord has a person he already likes, then Sure suddenly vomited blood from out of the blue. Perhaps my careless remark stimulated her feelings for the Lord and caused such a strong reaction, for that I am truly sorry. But I did not expect Sure to order her maid in attacking me. If Keeper Ling didn't come in the nick of time, I might have died by their hands. Is it wrong for me to show kindness? When speaking the last sentence, the old witch's face grew even more pathetically sad, making it all the more convincing. In response, the old grumpy keeper could feel his anger gushing out. Glaring over at his peer who continues to stand guard, I'm sure I don't need to explain the sort of character Ruoshi has, do I? She would never say something like that. How can you force her like this based solely on Shure's claim? How can you bear it? The sickly lady's appearance visibly trembled over being called a liar and a bad human being. In the end, a squirt of blood came vomiting out of the throat a second time after pressing it down for so long due to the indignation. Turning around after becoming aware of this sound, Healer you instantly grew outraged at the sight. Getting dreadfully cold in his voice, compared to Yun Ruoshi, I rather believe in my students more. It's not enough that you bunch caused the Lord to never return, now you want to go after my people as well. In that case you can forget about getting any more Dan pills from my end. That said, the head alchemist signals the other maids to come forward in order to help support their lady and injured maid. Take the two of them down to rest, I won't let anyone harm my people again. Also, tell the other keepers here that I won't be supplying any more of my 14th grade products to the Celestial Palace, you can look elsewhere. The logic behind Healer Yu's maneuver was simple. If he's going to provide for these ungrateful bastards, then why not spend it on Sure who has been so good to him? At least this way he could put a foot down so they won't think about kicking him aside after their wings grow hard. Keeper Ling's expression visibly contorted into a mess there. He's outraged, but ashamed at his own lack of constraint to dissolve the situation, which was enough to make him release a dangerous cracking sound along the fists. Keeper Ling, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. The old witch saw this and knew she's done it now. Hurrying to speak with her head hanging down like a repenting child, I shouldn't have reminded Sure of the Lord, it's my fault for mistakenly causing all this. Perhaps the incident really left a serious sour note in the old grumpy elder's taste bud, but his tone there didn't resemble any of the comforting and warm tone he used before. These things have nothing to do with you is old and stubborn, so it's bound to happen eventually. Go back first and rest. I need to find the other keepers to discuss the matter. Becoming aware of the impatience shown towards herself, Yunroshi knew what it meant. Slightly shaking in the heart, she hangs her head and left for the exit in silence. However, the tightly clenched balls that were her hands said everything that was truly in her mind. She's jealous of you, Shusher. That sickly piece of a flash bag wasn't the same as herself. The old witch understood that everything she owns, everything she has, it all came from lies and deceit. Meanwhile, Yushusher truly did own all the love and care in her life, the polar opposite of what Roshi has. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace. 4. In the convening hall of the Celestial Palace, the gathered keepers were all showing various kinds of faces due to the fluctuating emotions in their mind. This was especially true for Keeper Yellow, who went up against his grumpy counterpart. What is Roshi doing? Even if Yushusher crushes on the Lord, it's not her business to say those things. Now look at what's happening. Yu is definitely not going to keep supplying us with his damn pills at this rate. Pausing to glare at this grumpy counterpart, Keeper Yellow gathers his patience lest he explodes. And you, Keeper Ling, you're so old already, how could you not know better? All of us here know how much you loves that girl to the point he takes as her grandchild. There's good reason for the finger pointing here. Unlike the gathered elders in this hall, Healer Yu was the only one capable of concocting alchemic pills of the 14th grade in this whole palace, and it's not a guarantee each time either. Keeper Ling's expression also darkened as he huffed a grunt. Then are you expecting me to sit back while Roshi is being bullied? Is that what you want? A sense of awkward embarrassment filled Keeper Yellow's face over the rebuke. I also cherish Roshi, but this dispute is completely unnecessary. With the calamity so close, our strength is also very important and must be taken into account regarding the overall situation. In other words, he's accusing Keeper Ling of not considering the whole picture and offended Healer Yu out of self-interest, costing them a major opportunity to get the much-needed supplies for the impending fight. Can you all say less? We have enough on our tables as it is. Keeper Zun frowns and stops them all. This time it's clearly Roshi who's in the wrong first. Out of consideration for everything and to placate Yu's anger at us, we will need her to put up with the grievance and keep the girl away from Shusher for the time being. Also, Keeper Ling, I want to remind you Shusher's body have always been weak and frail. If your strike really did land on her, do you think she would be fine? Even if she lived, she would be bedridden for good because of that. You need to be more cautious next time. This time there were no rebukes from the grumpy elder. He knows the matter was partly his fault for being so rash. In fact, he's starting to regret the matter somewhat. Outside the gathering hall, Yun Roashi's been quietly listening in on their conversation like usual. However, her expression had grown ugly and disgusted after hearing what they wanted her to do. It's like someone pulled a hand into her chest and wrung at the heart, making her twisted and grotesque along the face. Based on what? Why should I be wronged? When have I ever been wronged since I came to the Celestial Palace? That never happened even back when Bai Yen was here. Heaving a long breath to calm her unstable emotions, the old witch turns and left for the outside in anger, never once looking back. I'm going to let them know that Yushusher can never be compared to me. They will pay for this, they will all pay. About the same time that was occurring, Yushusher the sickly lady was currently sitting inside a laboratory type of room, her face anxious and impatient while staring at her grandshifu. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace. 5. Half a ring later, Healer Yu finally opens his eyes and revealed a somewhat pale complexion along with a layer of sweat covering that forehead. Grandshifu, did you find my grandfather yet? Yushusher urgently asks from across the table. No answer came, only silence and a pair of clenched fists from the exhausted elder. Please tell me, did something happen? Now getting even more worried, the sickly lady started sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry, I can bear the truth. A faint sigh comes out of Healer Yu's mouth at this scene, his old eyes filled with grief. Your grandfather. He's gone. Boom. Like a sunny day suddenly being covered in darkness, Yu Shushu's body collapsed and nearly took to the ground. The only reason the lady didn't was thanks to the wall from behind, keeping her back straight and not breaking apart. How did this happen? How could something have happened to grandfather? He promised to come back quickly. I won't believe it, I won't. As she shook her head, tears continued to roll, thus making the picture all the more heartbreaking. I don't believe it. Grandfather is so powerful, who else in the world can kill him? Yun Ruoshi. Yu Shushu suddenly glared upwards with veins showing in those eyes. It must be Yun Ruoshi. She must have killed my grandfather. It must be her. Yun Ruoshi. Healer Yu's expression deepened into a frown. She doesn't have that ability. No, the lady shakes her head to refute the denial. I accidentally came across her with a very powerful individual before. The person looks like a demon. Furthermore, how could she have known about grandfather's death without us being aware of it first? She must have done it. A burning fire resembling hatred now filled the sickly lady's face. That's right, it must be Yun Ruoshi who ordered that demon, it must be her who's behind all this. Healer Yu's eyes narrowed in as well. Are you absolutely sure about this? I saw it with my own eyes. She called that demon Winger, it must be that demon who killed my grandfather at her order. In this world, the most important person for this sickly lady was her grandfather and grandshifu. Now that she's lost one of them, a dark side that has never seen the light of day has come forward in the girl. We will leave it at that for now. Sure. The first priority is to locate your grandfather's last known location before his death. After we retrieve his body, then we can settle the debt with that Yun Ruoshi. Getting ugly as well along the face, Healer Yu growled viciously at what has befallen his disciple. If it really is that old woman, then I won't let her go for this. Bai Yan naturally wouldn't know about that incident within the Celestial Palace. Truly, she accounted for a lot of things, but never for someone else taking the blame for her own actions like killing Senior Yu. As the old saying goes, trouble comes from the tongue, and that's exactly what occurred here for Yun Ruoshi, who got too talkative. Anyways, there's more pressing matter for Bai Yan and her family to care about right now than to care about other people. For example, getting the heck out of this holy dragon mountain. Mother, are we lost? Bai Shuchen asks with a tinge of worry in his little eyes. Lost? Really, that word has never been in their dictionary until this day. But aside from that, what else could it be? Furrowing her brow at her son's question, Bai Yan hands Dragony over to her young friend Mo Lishang for carrying. After that's done, she immediately flew into the air to scan the area. To the woman's surprise though, the base of the mountain remains nowhere in sight despite the greater height she's taken, which was very abnormal. How does it look, mother? The steambun shouts up from the ground, his eyes eager to get out of here. Is there a way to leave? Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace, 6, something fishy is going on with this holy dragon mountain. When we came it only took us half a day to traverse the landscape, yet we can't make it down to the base after walking for a full day. I suspect we've activated some sort of trap along the way. Bai Yan explains after musing over the situation. There are countless traps and illusionary spells placed along the place, yet she's never seen anything like them before. Whether it be from theoretical standpoint, or their makeup, it's very different from the modern-day style she uses. Shuchen, are you worried? She asked out of fear for her boy panicking. I am not, mother. As long as I'm with you then I'm happy. Bai Shuchen shakes his little head and defused the idea. Ruffling the boy's hair with a smile, all right Shuchen, we will definitely leave this place. This child is always so intimate and sensible, like a burning warmth in my heart. But Yen, what is wrong with this place? Why can't we get out of this place? Mo Lishang, the young friend, scratches the back of his head in confusion. For the time being I can't figure out the cause either, pausing to furrow her brow. Regardless of the issue, we will eventually find out the reasoning, I'm sure of it. Okay. Nodding with a firm belief in the other side, the young man doesn't sound worried after that reassurance. Precisely at the same time while they were searching for a way out of this strange and maze-like mountain, others on the other hand had just arrived here to land at the spot they were in not long ago. Glancing around for her precious grandfather, Yushur appeared shocked and horrified when she noticed the soul burning inside a pyre of flame. Grandfather. Reacting to the outcry, the lost soul flickers with life for a brief second and reached out with a hand. Perhaps wanting to touch the girl for one last time. However, when the hands of both granddaughter and grandfather interacted, what happened was a heartbreaking scene of the latter dissipating into specks of light, signaling the final destruction of his soul and passing. This spectacle left Yushur stunned like a rock, unable to move an inch further from the spot as she remained in that outreaching pose. Grandfather, she murmurs this while weeping silently. Grandfather not only died, but his soul, it's also gone. Who in the world have such hatred for grandfather that they wouldn't let his soul move on? Collapsing into a crouching pose after losing all strength, the girl cusped her own head in pain that left her crying out in agony. Sure, how many people know about your grandfather coming here to find the ice fruit? Healer Yu finally spoke up, his face cold and hurt. Still sobbing uncontrollably, only those in the Celestial Palace know about it. Then it's undoubtedly Yun Ruoshi who's behind this. Only the Celestial Palace and the Demon Realm's king have the power to kill your grandfather. I'm sure the Demon King didn't move against us, that leaves only those we know. Of why Healer Yu was so certain Ditsang didn't do it was because they took a short detour to the Demon City prior to coming here. From the information he got, the man never left the city. Let's go sure, it's time we made that woman pay. That said, the old elder picked up the corpse of his disciple and dragged the girl away with him. Of course, this entire event remains unknown to Bai Yan, who should have been close enough to notice the new arrivals. Unfortunately, the illusionary spell they are in has cut her and her companions off from the outside world, making them the only ones being kept from leaving. Secret of the Amulet 1, shrouded in a shade of yellow as the sun sets for the night, the Holy Dragon Mountain looks like it's made of pure gold, a scene surreal and mesmerizing. In light of this beautiful scene, the party that's currently trekking through the landscape didn't find it so beautiful, rather it's starting to wear down on their minds. Yen, Mo Li Shang continues to follow from behind while carrying the unconscious dragon girl, his face starting to show a bit of fatigue. We've been walking here for a very long time, do you want to find a place to rest for the night? Me and Molly, Piggy, can go explore the road ahead instead while you and Xiachen rest. Bai Yan's finger visibly shook somewhat at the suggestion. Subconsciously reaching up to her neck to grasp onto the jade necklace, she closes her eyes to recall back to the beginning of this whole ordeal. It's already been half a month since they started to wander aimlessly around the mountain, yet the exit was nowhere in sight. At this rate, she's certain her husband would go crazy without news returning. No Shan, we need to keep going. I refuse to believe some simple illusionary spell can trap me here. Shooting her eyes open again, a flicker of resolve returns to the woman. Exactly like the Demon Queen suspected, Ditsang became very worried after getting no information or news from his wife. At first he trusted Bai Yan to return on her own, but that trust soon turned to dread as the days dragged on. Without another thought, the husband began sending his own soldiers to the Holy Dragon Mountain to search for his family's whereabouts. Yet, instead of returning with good news, they reported that Bai Yan and Bai Xiachen were gone without a trace to follow. If not for the connection within their souls due to the binding contract, he might have exploded into a furious rage and burned the entire celestial realm into cinder. While things were falling into a huge mess on the demon realm side, the Celestial Palace wasn't faring so well either. Right after Healer Yu returned with Yushur in tow, the pair began to raise hell across the board. They wanted justice for Senior Yu's death and their anger was directly pointed towards Yun Ruoshi. The student and master claimed the old witch sent assassins in secret to carry out the deed, which shocked many of the public. Naturally, a long series of quarreling ensued as a result of this incredible accusation. Healer Yu wanted Yun Ruoshi's head, while the keepers defended the old witch, saying there's no evidence. Even so, the main lady herself had already been scared out of her mind by the added attention. Before anyone knew, Yun Ruoshi had snuck out of the celestial palace on her own and headed for the demon city. Inside the new demon palace, Winger was currently standing watch over two little milk buns that were playing in the garden. Unlike before he came here though, that smile of his while watching the kids didn't look like a zombie anymore, but a genuine expression of warmth. Suddenly, the bird felt a tremor in his heart, causing that beautiful face to shudder and reveal a look of pain. He knows, the time has finally come. Ruoshi is here, she's summoning me. Uncle. Just as Winger's about to turn away to meet the dreaded old witch, a crisp and beautiful young voice calls out from behind, causing his body to freeze up. Secret of the Amulet, 2, Di Ling Yan. The cuddly and adorable little princess blinks and blinks as she asked, Uncle, are you leaving now? Will you come back? For some unknown reason, just hearing the baby girl's cuddly voice was enough to melt Winger's heart and bring sunshine to his world. Showing a faint smile as he replied, Princess, I'm only going out to take a breather, I have no intention of leaving, so be assured. Over the years, aside from the brief moment of warmth he experienced in that deep dark void, no other light has come into his world. And this warmth, he's getting it again from Di Ling Yan right now. That's why the girl, it's another light for him. Then Uncle, you need to come back early and not be like Mother. After mentioning that, Di Ling Yan's head visibly deflated like she's sad, Mother left for so long, I really miss her. Why did she take Big Brother and not me? Taken aback there, Winger softens up his voice to comfort, Her Highness didn't take you because of safety reasons. There are many people out there who want to hurt you. Why? Raising her little head in a naive manner only reserved for a child of her age, I've always been good and obedient, never doing anything wrong. Why do people want to hurt me? Although the girl was more sensible and smarter than the average baby, she's still only a baby. Regardless of her intellect, it's unreasonable to expect her to be more mature and aware of the world. In return, the Birdman could only lower his eyes as well. That's right, she didn't do anything wrong, yet the Celestial Palace still wants her dead and won't let her go. Why is the world like this? Why is it so cruel and dark towards the kind ones? Because, Winger's voice sounded shaky and pessimistic, some bad people do things for no reason, so, Your Highness, you be good and stay in the palace. No one can hurt you while you're here. Biting her thumb, okay, I will be good. If I be good, then Mother will come back quickly. It's the first time she's been away from her mother for so long, hence the strong level of yearning for Bai Yan's return. Then I'll come back soon as well after taking a stroll. Feeling the tug from the old witch again, the Birdman couldn't stay anymore and decisively turned for the exit. Unbeknownst to him though, right as he did so, a shadow has been tailing him from the rear. Above the quiet mountain road, Winger could soon see that familiar figure anxiously scanning the area for him. There were countless emotions spilling forward then, but more leaned towards helplessness and pain. Why did you come so slowly? I've called you a few times already. Can't you move faster? Scolding and harsh in her voice, Yun Ruoshi only had negative emotions swelling out after recognizing who it was. Sure enough, the moment they were close enough, the old witch actually went ahead to slap him across the face. This slap, the Birdman did not avoid it, only bearing it bluntly and allowing the trace of blood to leak from the corner of his mouth. Once again, the warmth he had earlier disappeared, replacing it only with a cold expressionless one. I had something to do earlier, that's why I'm late. Secret of the Amulet, 3, something to do. What is there more important than me? Do you know how much I've been wronged in the Celestial Palace? That old fart Yu's apprentice died, and now Yu Shishir is pinning the blame on my head without any evidence. Where were you at the time? While yelling out her grievances, Yunruoshi visibly shook across the body due to her own rage. Yet, the old witch apparently forgot something crucial. All this happened because of her own foul tongue and not anyone else. Originally Winger still wanted to defend himself by explaining, but his sight soon noticed the patch of blood staining the woman's chest. "You're hurt. What do you think? It's that blasted you and his precious girl you sure. They almost killed me before I came here." Baring her teeth in a vicious manner, she huffs a grunt before continuing, "You useless thing, you can't do anything, not even to protect me." Winger simply hung his head there. "I can take you away from the Celestial Palace. As long as you're willing, I can take you away. Then those people won't be able to hurt you anymore." "Leave the Celestial Palace? Why should I leave? I have the protection of Keeper Ling and the others. Why should I be afraid of a head alchemist like you?" Clenching her fist to reveal a murderous glint along those eyes, "Enough, I came to you this time for one thing. Go to the Demon Palace and kill the young prince. I want his beast core." The Birdman's body visibly froze, not moving an inch like a statue. "I'm sorry, but I told you before, I can't do it. Winger, have you forgotten how Bai Yen treated me? I am your life-saving benefactor. Do you not hate her in the way she treats me?" Livid and green across the face now, Yunruoshi's expression grew tenser and tenser until that voice started to screech. But instead of showing concern, Winger opened up his eyes in a confronting manner. "Ruoshi, is what you say about the Demon Queen abusing you really true?" Looking at that skeptical face, the old witch actually shuddered like she's been exposed. "What do you mean by that? Why would I lie to you?" "I don't know." A smile bordering on the line of mockery reveals itself from the man, showing he's starting to doubt the supposed truth in his world. How could Bai Yen raise such a well-behaved daughter and be vicious? It doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. "How dare you!" Stepping forward to do another slap, the old witch held nothing back and caused the man's cheek to go red and bruised up. Huffing a grunt at the injury, Winger didn't retaliate, only quietly standing there like usual. "I owe you, that I admit, so I will bear with whatever you wish of me. However, I won't help you murder an innocent child." Unlike his past deeds of murdering and assassination, he has never killed the innocent and young. That's his final straw that he won't break. Even if the other side that's demanding it was his benefactor and savior in that dark abyss. "Ha, all right, fine. If you won't help me kill the brat, then I will kill you instead." Flushing red across the face, Yunruoshi looked like an insane bitch that would tear the other side apart. "If he is of no use to me, then why should I keep him?" In an instant, a dark shimmering blade of deadly light materializes from the old witch's sleeve, its tip pointing straight for the man's throat. Winger knows what she intends to do. Even so, he didn't move, only making a helpless smile as he closes his eyes in acceptance. A life given, and now a life taken. If she wants my life, then so be it. If not for her, I wouldn't have kept going until this day anyways. However, right as the lethal blade was about to make contact and slice through that throat, an old hand unexpectedly reaches over and caught the sword mid-thrust, leaving only a millimeter of space before it could cut. Secret of the amulet, 4, you betrayed me. Staring rigidly at the old figure gazing down at herself, Yunruoshi splutters this out with vicious intent. Winger was equally as stunned like the former. When he saw and recognized the person, he immediately showed a helpless smile along the mouth. "Uncle Dragonflame, how come you are here?" Shaking his old head in disappointment, the old goat looks like a saddened elder after discovering their young has failed in something. "From the first day you appear, I knew you were not quite right and was up to something. I reported this to the king and was ordered to follow you at all time. To think I was right and you were colluding with the outsider." Hanging his head in an apologetic manner, the Birdman had no excuse. "I'm sorry, Uncle Dragonflame, she is my benefactor, I have no other choice." Even if she continued to grow crueler and crueler to him, he still couldn't bring himself to abandon her, hence the reason he came out at the summoning. Benefactor. So that means she can treat you like garbage just because she saved your life. Smile if her mood pleases, then stomp on you if her mood is foul. Donning a sarcastic grin at the mention, no wait, from the way I see it this old hag can never be happy. You are a member of the Pteroraptor Crow clan, how can you degrade yourself as such? Imagine what your father would say if he learns of your current state. Maybe he would stuff you back into your mother's belly and have you remade. Winger continues to shake his head in the old witch's defense. You don't understand Uncle Dragonflame. She is the light in my heart. It was she who saved me and brought warmth to my heart in that lonely darkness. No one knows what kind of place he lived in back then. It's lonely, dark, and without light. More than once, he thought of committing suicide to end the torture. If not for that brief speck of light coming into his life, he would have long left this world due to decay. Yes, I don't understand, but I have a sense of self-esteem. If you hadn't shown the goodness that's in your heart just now and refused to listen to this vile hag's order, I wouldn't have saved you either. Uncle Dragonflame, cutting the other side off with a cold snap of his glare, the old goat wouldn't hear any of it. You scram over to the side, I'll first deal with this woman then deal with you. He always knew Winger had some motive, just not this level of betrayal. Colluding with someone from the Celestial Palace was a crime worthy of death. Fortunately the lad didn't lose the last ounce of his consciousness, otherwise he might have had to kill him with his own hands. Murdering a friend's child doesn't sit well with the old goat's heart at all. Guilty along the face, Winger didn't dare talk back and hung his head. Uncle, can we not kill her? Consider it as my way of returning the debt. Instead of saying yes like a good elder, the old goat only smirked derisively. You mean to spare her, someone that wants to murder the royal family? Ha! Who do you think you are? Me and your father are only old friends. Based on what can you ask of me to let her go? Winger had no way to counter that logic. Yes, the old goat was only his father's friend, based on what could he himself ask this of the elder? In fact, he now owes Dragonflame for saving him from Yun Ruoshi's blade. Snorting at that pathetic and speechless face, the elder returns his attention to the old witch to finish the deed. However, as soon as he did so, his eyes immediately fell upon the crescent-shaped moon amulet along the neck. That thing. How come it's so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere. Secret of the amulet 5, he gently closed his eyes, allowing the image of a young human to emerge from the deep passage of his memory. It's a female donning a red dress of amazing makeup, and hanging along her neck was that crescent-shaped amulet. This. Why is it on you? This amulet is clearly that woman's. Moreover, that woman has now become the demon realm's current queen. Although Bai Yen hasn't admitted to being the same person in Dragonflame's memory from many millenniums ago, he could still recognize her through the aura coming off of the soul. It's identical, an unmistakable trademark of the individual regardless of how many incarnations they go through. Why is the queen's stuff on this woman? Yun Ruoshi's expression promptly changed for the worse. Grabbing the amulet in a protective manner, what do you mean by that? This thing is mine, what's wrong with it being on me? Dragonflame narrowed his eyes and like a fierce beast eyeing a prey, quit trying to deceive me with your nonsense. That thing on your neck clearly belongs to that. When he was about to speak the last bit, his tongue stopped and changed the wording to a more proper term. That amulet clearly belongs to the queen, so how can it be yours? No wonder I haven't seen it on her highness's neck at all, it's been stolen by you. Boom! As if struck by lightning on a sunny and clear day, Yun Ruoshi went deathly pale at being exposed. Why does the old man know about the moon amulet? Why does he know it belongs to that bitch Bai Yen? You're talking nonsense. Eager to hide her own guilt, she snaps back in a frantic manner like a banshee's howl. What right does a person like Bai Yen deserve to have my amulet? This thing is clearly mine. It was she who stole it from me for a while before I managed to take it back. No matter what, she's not going to admit anything, even if the other side already knew the truth. However, it doesn't mean others are going to buy her story just like that, especially Winger, who's been standing there and listening in with strong intention. The Birdman only appeared skeptical at first after hearing the story from the old goat, but that skepticism soon changed to shock before evolving into an eerie calm. Uncle Dragon Flame. This amulet, it belongs to Ruoshi, are you mistaken? Even if he tries to hide it, one could tell the swirling emotions in Winger's unsteady voice. His heart couldn't bring itself to believe it, not because of blind belief, but rather of fear for all the pain and suffering he endured. What if Ruoshi deceived him for all these years? Wouldn't that mean he became a dog for someone for no apparent reason? Such humiliation, he simply couldn't accept it. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, this is too ridiculous. Breaking out into laughter at the questioning look, Dragon Flame almost found it funny that he needed to explain his own claim like it's some ironic scenario. You ignorant fools even know what that amulet represents. It represents power, talent and strength. The one holding it will control the world, an omnipotent being to rule them all. Why, you may ask? That's because hidden inside that amulet is the secret to great strength, power beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Go ahead, ask that woman over there if she can tap into the secret, come on, I dare you. Laughing to no end, the old goat's voice continued to ring against the Birdman's ear like endless mockery. Winger couldn't take it anymore. Stumbling backwards until he's leaning against a nearby tree for support, this poor soul kept shaking his head in disbelief like a man that's been betrayed and destroyed from the inside out. Exposing Yun Ruoshi. 1. Yun Ruoshi's heart panicked after seeing Winger's pale complexion. As her most loyal dog, she knows her own lies would turn this one into a rabid dog instead after exposure. If that happens, her life would be in peril. Listen to me, Winger. Biting her lips tightly, she wanted to twist the story to defend herself some more but was immediately cut off by the old goat's snickering sneer. I reckon you don't even know the name of this amulet, do you? Finding there's no response from her loyal dog, the old witch instead turns to glare at the old-timer. Quit trying to spell false stories in front of my face. All knows that I am the wearer of this amulet. Do you think you can just casually come up with a name and call it true? No matter what, she's going to keep denying the amulet was from Bai Yen. But no matter though, the old goat didn't need her agreement and kept talking without a care. This amulet is named All Heaven, and only one person is worthy of owning it. Unfortunately for you though, it's not you. All Heaven. As if some sort of long-lost memory got triggered, Winger tightly grasps onto his own head as he murmured to himself. Why does that name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? With a boom, something exploded in his mind and causes that face to go deathly pale. The reasoning. It's because a certain little girl's voice started to ring out from the depths of his memories and brought the truth forward. Actually, the life before I entered the Celestial Palace is also dark. If not for All Heaven keeping me company during that period, I might have given up hope and died several times over. All Heaven. Aha, it's this amulet here. See? If you can't find me, then go to the Celestial Palace. Recognize me using the amulet, I'll wait for you there if I don't return in time. In this moment, that calm heart could no longer be calm anymore, like a rippling surface of a pond. How did this happen? How could I have forgotten something so important? That dark place kept him from sensing her aura or recognizing her face, but he never should have forgotten that sentence at all. Why did I forget something so important over time? How could I have forgotten it all? Going from green to white, then white to green, anyone could see the Birdman's emotions were very unstable and nearing explosion right now. Why did you deceive me? No longer pained along the eyes, there's only endless fury within Winger's pupil. How many things did he miss because of the deception? How close did he come to making that light within his heart into an enemy? Fortunately, he didn't listen to Yun Ruoshi's word and did something he would have regretted for life. Why did you deceive me? He asks for a second time, losing all of the warmth and kindness he ever showed to the other side. The old witch naturally cowered backwards at the intimidating pose. What are you talking about? When did I deceive you? This amulet is the queen's belonging. You took it from her. Now tell me the truth, why did you lie to me? Winger almost sounded pleading but also threatening.